Right, nah. Live.
I forgot to have this the screen capture Pal World. I forgot something. There we go.
It's always something. It's always
Yeah.
something. Nimby, Daniel Tiger Vanguard, welcome us guys, David. Okay, so gonna note some things. One of which just being the fact that I'm not totally familiar with where everything is supposed to be.
In the base or just
Oh, just in general. It's like, you know. I tell you, once you start working again, all that energy gone.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. It's terrible. People do this?
For a living?
Oh, when can I go back to neat life? There's the real question. When can I return to my neatery?
Neatery.
There's gotta be some word for it, okay?
That's a good word if there's one to choose.
That is fair. I'll never let the people on Discord know. Oops. I don't know for sure how long I'm gonna be able to go for though tonight, because of, you know, still got work.
Yeah. Well, we do what we can. Like, it's just chill, so.
That is fair as well. Just chill.
Think of it, there's a little globe here. It's all darkened. In this guy's shop.
We're paying the pals an exposure to the elements. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there's actually words on this globe.
Huh?
Huh. Well, there's a globe of a world in someone's shop in the small settlement, and it was kind of brown, but if you turn the camera around to take a look at it more close up, you can see there's words on there. So I don't know if they're using a map of the actual world.
That'd be hilarious if so.
Yeah, like just here's a fantasy world, but we're just gonna use a generic map.
I wouldn't be surprised because, like, you know, that's just this kind of pocket pair right there. That'd be peak pocket pair.
Yeah.
I really like the small settlement. There's something very cozy about the place, just being covered in sharp edges that I'm pretty sure would give you tetanus.
I'm gonna move this base that I had set up here. I'm gonna put it somewhere else.
For real though, like, where are you people like sleeping? Let's be honest.
I'm surprised nobody's had like a story of, you know, someone being dragged down the middle of the night screaming because a pal dragged him by the leg and ate him.
Well, that's probably happened plenty of times. Nobody saw anything though, so they don't report it. Wait, hold on. I have no clue. I'm trying to make this out, but it's too small. I can't read it. I think I see a K, or is it VORT?
Oh, you
So
went to take a look?
yes.
I would love it if they actually took that in consideration, the globe, that someone might take a look at it and made a proper world. That would then I'd have, nothing but applause for them.
Yeah, I got nothing. I'm hearing some noise, and I'm just like, God, I hope that isn't a freaking siren.
Outside.
Yeah, because it's kind of in tornado season now.
Uh,
Oof. Didn't even get a how is it even? What have you done to desire such apathy? Look, some people just want to be ignored, okay? And that is their fault. And they deserve it. Because, yeah, they just don't.
who's ignoring who?
I have no clue.
Oh, okay. And I'm gonna move my stuff over to the other base. Just drop it off, and then go to one of the locations that has like the flat land.
Alright, got a Xenocard. And I found a meteorite. So we're getting somewhere. Almost. Oh, sorry, Geese, how you doing? Happy day's been good. Good. Ugh. So recently I finally figured out a fix for one of the bugs that I was having with the mod pack for my Minecraft server.
What was the
I need
bug?
to get around to fixing... I need to get around to installing it already. Well, I was basically having a bug where I had a couple of incompatible mods.
Okay.
And ironically, that's just because one of the mods was actually supposed to be compatible, but the compatibility was broken because they changed a file format with one of the other mods, and it just... Am I gonna date the Black Marketeer in the dating sim? As far as the dating sim tier list goes, he's on the same tier as Lavander. I don't think I got a choice.
Oh my goodness. Well, you think he just walks around with special candy or something.
Yes. Potentially.
Oh my goodness.
It's just how it is sometimes, you know?
That's not exactly what I would say, but okay.
That is just how life be
It's
sometimes.
just how it is sometimes.
I don't know why that be, but it do.
But I do.
They are working me very hard right now. They know I tend to put a lot. I tend to put a lot in, so they know to just keep asking me to do stuff. Then again, I
You mean
also
at
am
work?
just trying to look for extra hours, so it's fair, I suppose.
Oh.
Mostly just cleaning stuff up, getting everything ready. I could play Minecraft vanilla flavor. No, it's just not the same. I can't play vanilla Minecraft anymore. Okay. Modded is too perfect. Alright, that's the problem.
Seen some interesting mods on there.
Huh?
Where they play Pokemon in Minecraft.
Oh yeah, no, seriously, there's some crazy stuff. In my opinion, what I think Mojang should definitely do is leverage Minecraft's modding potential. Of course they refuse
Yeah.
to, because, you know, Mojang, but...
What do you mean by that? Like, they just don't tend to, like,
You know, reduce update
making it easier?
frequency.
Okay.
Provide actual tools for people to develop Minecraft mods on.
Oh, I thought it was already pretty easy to develop mods. Like, just based on, like, everybody talking
Yeah,
about the mod.
sure, people have made stuff. But you know, a built-in mod loader would go a very long way.
True.
Nintendo might take a issue with the provision of tools if they're using them to make Pokemon stuff. For what it's worth, I don't think that would hold up in court.
I'm curious if that would be the case. I know Pokemon went after, like, Pokemon Uranium. But that's using the Pokemon name and...
Yeah, but you have to remember another thing. Like, when somebody sues, more often than not, the suit tends to be as effective an option to keep people from doing stuff. Primarily because it's easier against smaller people because they'll feel it more if they lose. So they're like, you know, at that stage of just don't, you know?
Yeah.
It's not like they target people who could actually do something if it did come down to it. Though, in my opinion, Nintendo would just be better off licensing it.
I mean, at this point, it doesn't sound like they're being very creative with their games. So yeah. Oh, we're in the
Then
wrong
again, I
direction.
guess they never would want anybody to, I guess the Pokemon Company would be opposed to somebody creating that, because if they did, it did end up having issues. Because Nintendo would be all, oh well, but then people can add stuff to it and do what they want, and then we, like, you know, we don't want our Pokemon being associated with, you know, gun mods and stuff.
Like for that, people are making like videos about Pokemon shooting.
I personally really like Detective Pikachu Visits the Ghetto. That's one of my favorite videos.
That's a YouTube video if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So that's exactly what I was thinking about when you mentioned guns.
Where he meets Cholomander
Yes.
and Cholomelian.
Yeah, there's Officer Diddle.
He was undercover
Yeah, he was.
as Cholomander's girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
In response to Power World, they should have given Detective Pikachu a gun. Dude, that would have sold so well. You can't convince me otherwise. That would have sold so well. But they didn't have it in them to make Detective Pikachu a real cop with real cop problems. Like having excessive amounts of PTO because he accidentally shot a guy and they're kind of waiting for the heat to die down before they bring him back onto the force. Stuff happens, man. There are no good guys in this world. Just remember that.
Did they not? I think that they had another Detective Pikachu episode.
Oh, I like that one. It was fun.
Okay.
It was funny when he was just like, he was accusing the the Alakazam that runs the local convenience store of being a terrorist. and then he ended up going to prison for police brutality. That was funny. I recommend the Detective Pikachu videos by Flash Kids. And I know. I recommend everything by Flash Kids. They make some good stuff.
Oh, that
It's
was
very
a
good
Flash.
stuff.
Yeah.
That's Flash Kids.
Yeah, I was thinking like, what were they called again? Yeah, they did the ones for.
I think they're also the guys that are making Space King.
Okay.
I think.
So I know the other videos they did were the Astartes versus furries. I appreciated those ones.
Yeah. I think they also did the Hogwarts special eds videos.
Oh yes.
The best parts of those ones is how, most of them are just, human Harry Potter fans. They said only the truth. You know what? I never saw Harry Potter. That's just me being honest.
The movies?
Yep, never got into Harry Potter, never read the books.
No,
I
the
think
books were
I was
fine.
spared a fate worse than death.
I don't know. Maybe.
Have you seen these
A lot of
Potter
people-
kids?
Yeah, a lot of them are weird.
I lucked out. That's all I have to say.
Looking for like a flat land here to just put the farm. I know like 2 locations, but I want to see if there's like a prettier location. I'm being selfish again.
Remember, we're gonna need some space to make we're gonna need an area open to make an oil refinery.
Oh yeah. Does it matter if it's near water or you just need a
It's
big place?
Gotta have the oil deposits.
Okay. I haven't seen any of those.
Trust me, you'll notice them when you see them. They're beautiful.
Yeah. I haven't seen them either on my own time when I was playing. I think I found a mimic. These little guys run fast.
Oh yeah, you gotta just kill him on the first attack or something. The only way to catch him is to hit him with a strong attack to stagger them, and then just pray that you can catch him on the first attempt. Sometimes though, You just look out and they don't do anything. I don't know what the issue is there, though.
Yeah, he ran off. I got lucky with 2 balls to his face, but he ran off. Where am I going? Where am I going? That way.
But before you
Yeah.
ask, breeding them to get free dog coins is not viable.
It is not.
No.
I didn't even know they gave me free dog coins.
When
If you
kill
put them in the
you get
barn,
dog
do they?
coins.
Oh, okay. I never killed them. If you put them in the not the barn, but the ranch, do they give you anything or
No.
no?
No. Okay, so, Worm says the easiest way to catch them is to run them over with your mount to hurt them. Since for some reason they don't see that as an attack, and they'll just take the damage and stay unless they patch that out.
Interesting.
Which is
I guess that
fair.
works.
Which is fair.
I haven't thought of like running over things. I thought this amount was too small.
I know I've at least
I
got
love-
one mount that's big enough to run over pretty much anything.
I'm using the dire howl. I think he's just too small. I think like the bigger guys will be able to do damage. Also, I love the noise they make when they die. The humans.
Thought they all kind of a different one. Ugh. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to figure everything out. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I am tired.
What's that noise?
Like, I'm gonna have to do a lot of, like, figuring stuff out for, like, when I should be going to sleep, when I should be waking up, because, oof. I forgot how much work takes it out of you. You know what I mean? Nothing you did with a friend was build a small box around them with a roof so it couldn't run away. That also could work. Nimog is an engineering problem, I think is the best way to describe it.
Sorry, I think I got up to see what the noise was that was being caused.
Hopefully
it's
nobody's
my
trying
neighbors.
to break into your house.
That'd be a death sentence. Just not sure if it's the neighbors or if it's
Not gonna end up like that one e-girl who I can't remember what her name was.
I don't know the reference.
I don't remember the reference either. Or maybe it was Asmongold. I don't know. For some reason, whenever I hear his name, I think of, it sounds like a freaking e-girl name. Maybe I'm just mixing it up with Amaranth. I don't know.
What's the story behind this e-girl?
Oh, all I know is, somebody tried breaking into our house, and then everybody just kind of got... And then, apparently she did some shots were fired at the,
yeah,
the person.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it. Yeah, that was Amaranth, I think.
Ah, okay. It's like I said, Asmongold and Amaranth, the names sound the same, so it's like, you know.
I don't agree, but
They sound the same enough. There's the answer to it. They both start with an A, and they haven't. They sound similar enough.
I suppose these deposits you mentioned before, they're further up north or in the where it's
You
cold.
can find them in a few areas. Typically, they only show up in the higher level areas, though.
Okay. Oh, here's a guy I can kill. See this here?
Ugh.
Still knocking off the feeling of work.
Yep. Sorry if I'm probably gonna be at low energy today. That is really just the thing, I guess.
That's good. Like I said, it's just chill.
Eek.
Just exploring, looking for a place to put down a base. Probably gonna return to our base to drop off some stuff I picked up. And grab some more spheres to capture some more pals.
Yeah, I already did beat the PIDF tower. I guess let's let the goes for the guy who's got a weird thing for blindfolds.
Who has a great thing for blindfolds?
You know, that guy, you know. It's one of the bosses.
Oh.
I swear, spawn right in. First thing that happens, I get attacked. Well, fine. Freaking get barraged.
Much better. No, I've had my tea. I feel better.
Huh?
Oh, I had a cup of tea. That helps clear the throat. I feel much better. Alright, let me get out of here. Go to the base. Drop some stuff off. Put in an egg and
May have
some
exhausted my
balls.
shorts of information in the locale. What locale? Ember! Thank you for the $6.90. Nice. I really should have made one of the tiers just 69 cents just to make, you know, just for maximum memes.
Funny memes, yeah.
I heard that apparently, GameStop is, buying Xbox, Series X's for $20.69.
Is there a meme behind that, or just 69?
Do you not know what 420 means?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that. The funny cabbage.
I just find it funny because I'm pretty sure that it's less of them being hip and with the kids, and more of them preparing for a price hike for the Series X.
Because of all the things out there in the real world happening, or
I don't think it has anything to do with the tariffs. I just think it's more of one of those, like, you know, something's coming.
okay. Did you hear the good news that Polygon is dead?
These things never truly die.
No, they should be dead. Oh wait, no. What am I saying? They're not dead. They just laid off a bunch of people. Which good, fuck them.
I don't know. I finally got a chance to get on to playing the new season of Fortnite today.
How is it? Going with Grievous?
I don't know how I feel about it personally. Like, first impressions are kind of eh.
And why is that?
I don't know why. It just has that thing about it to me.
Hmm.
I really can't explain it. It's just
Did he change anything in the game itself, or did he like it just add something that wasn't very impressive? Or
it added a lot actually. Every weapon in the game currently is Star Wars themed.
oh, I mean that's kind of cool. I mean,
Yeah. And it kind of is, but at the same time, it's also just like, you ever deal with something and it feels both somehow high level or like high effort and simultaneously low effort at the same time?
yeah, I
That's the
guess.
best way for me to describe it. I can't explain it. I don't even fully know why I feel the way I do.
Were you
It
expecting something
just,
more, and they just didn't? And you didn't deliver like what you didn't know you wanted, but
I never expect more with these guys, you know? Like, I know that when it comes to Star
okay.
Wars, it's a dead property, you know? It's just, being excited for something Star Wars related isn't really something you should do. Because one, you're just gonna be too disappointed. Two, Star Wars hasn't really been good in a long time, so. Star Wars
Yep.
hasn't been
It's
good since 1313 was the most interesting thing that was on the horizon. And that got canned, so.
it was the one by Amy Hennig, right?
Also, none of your business. Welcome, Azriban.
Was that the game that Amy Hennig was working on? The one that was they had canceled,
Alright, what?
or am I think is it something else? You mentioned 1313. Is that a game that was being worked on, or
Yeah, Star Wars 1313. It was a game that featured Boba Fett as the main character. It was like, I
really?
think supposed to take place between episode 3 and episode 4. And it
Huh.
basically took place in the bowels of Coruscant.
I didn't think you'd have Boba Fett as a main character. I mean, I guess you're just. What was the premise behind the game? You're just running.
My guess is he was basically like it was like showed him during his earlier life, where he's
Okay.
looking for like I think he was just doing a like hunting somebody in like in Coruscant's lower levels.
Okay.
And it was kind of an interesting concept because the game didn't really feature Jedi heavily. It was supposed to be one of the more grounded Star Wars stories. It was also going to be the first M-rated Star Wars game. Like, can you imagine? We almost had an M-rated Star Wars game, and then Disney
Yeah,
killed it.
that by itself sounds pretty interesting.
Oh, I know, right? Like, seriously. Fortnite summed up in an adjective. Cringe. You're not wrong. Honestly, if I was to sum up Fortnite, normie. That
Yeah,
is
I
the
mean,
best descriptor that I can give to Fortnite. It's always
don't they
normie.
have to be in order to appeal to the widest audience?
Maybe.
And
Doesn't
don't they also have to be if they want kids playing the game?
doesn't make it right. Fortnite wasn't originally for kids. That's all I'm saying.
It wasn't. I mean, the art style looks like it's made for kids.
You do realize that there was a time when Fortnite had jiggle physics in it, right?
I don't because I don't really play the game,
Yeah,
so
exactly. You're not a true believer like I am.
I'm not. No, I'm a heretic. Proudly.
The day that parent groups successfully bullied Fortnite into removing the jiggle physics from a skin was the day that Fortnite died.
Didn't know you felt so strongly about jiggle physics.
It's a matter of principle. I don't really care on a fundamental level. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Or maybe maybe it's the only thing that does matter in reality.
There is a game coming out at some point where they have like tons of geophysics and everyone's like applauding it, given how games are these days.
I'm just gonna stand by my usual opinion. It's not a virtue.
Holy smokes, there's a whole bunch of these socks here. Like a lot of them.
Might be a nest. That's one mechanic that does exist. But there's like nests of things.
Maybe.
Things just spawn in really high numbers.
Yeah, there's like 10 of them here. I'm gonna catch all of them.
Gotta catch them all. You get it? 'Cause it's like
Yep.
that other game that we're not allowed to mention
That we don't
for
speak
legal
about.
purposes.
God, I hate when they teleport.
Well, what teleports?
Sometimes they do this attack where they just teleport to you.
Hmm.
Oh, I forgot the Ring of Mercy on. Oopsie daisy.
Yeah, but Fortnite, it could have been good. Then kids ruined it.
Kids ruin a lot of stuff.
They ruined Minecraft as well. That's another game that did not, that wasn't necessarily supposed to be a kid's game. But then they discovered it. And just like your boomer grandparents discovering something, just like with Facebook, the moment the boomers get a hold of it, it is dead. It's not cool anymore. Your parents are there. They can look at your page. They're gonna ask you, let's be friends on this platform. And you're just gonna be like, ew, no, you're old and gross. They're basically dead already. Anyways. There are two people that should never be on anything. Really young people and really old people. Tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, I'm getting up there in age. Eventually, I'm going to become not a boomer because that's a generation.
That ruins it.
Yeah, I could be like, hey, I'm hip with things too, kids. How's it going?
The thing dies immediately.
Yeah. And I'm going to take such pleasure in ruining it for others. Found an RSOX that was really big.
It's like when people try to force themselves into spaces where they're not welcome, you know?
Yeah.
Skyrim, a rated M game for kids. Honestly, Skyrim really isn't all that, like, I don't really feel like it's not that dark.
No, not really, no.
Honestly, if you took the blood out, I don't really think it'd be too difficult to make it a T-rated game.
Morrowind had quests where you had to bring a Khajiit to a merchant, and he wanted to get the drugs out of the Khajiit's stomach.
Yeah, no, seriously, dude, there was like a freaking quest in the game that I remember where, like, you know, you basically got some random lady Khajiit's slave killed because she really just wanted an excuse.
There was also, there was that one too. There was also, I mean, there's slavery in the game itself, so.
Yeah, no, dude, that was like freaking hardcore. That's back when M-rated was freaking M-rated. Now
Yeah.
M-rated is basically like your freaking high school version of M-rated. Where everybody's like, ah man, look at me, I'm so adult. Freaking cussing all over. Acting like that suddenly makes you an adult. It doesn't, by the way. Just makes you cringe.
Have you played the Oblivion game that came out?
Oh, I'm not paying $50 for a game I already own.
Oh, that's good. Sure, you can just mod the game and it's the same.
Yeah. That's my question. Why would I buy a game that I already own? I haven't played it though. But still in the backlog, by the way. I'm not gonna touch Oblivion until I'm done with Morrowind.
Are you playing an Argonian in the game?
Yes, of course. You have to play Argonian in Morrowind. You have to become an Argonian. You have to play as an Argonian and be best friends with Dagothar. So that it can be a really awkward relationship where one of you is kind of wholesome and the other's trying their best to not accidentally be racist to their best friend.
Yeah, you saw the meme about it?
There's a lot of memes about it.
You're just like, oh, you. I wasn't expecting one of your kind here. You know?
No, it's fine. It's fine. The Telvanni mages alone, like all the Telvanni wizards, are the primary reason why Morrowind was M-rated. You'd have to just kill that entire quest line.
The guy makes his mushroom hut to have his incest babies with that are his clones of himself.
Yeah, with himself. The freaking self-cessed babies.
God, that's when games were good, when they had real creativity. And when people just went around using in-game slurs, that was... they just made up them on the spot. First time you hear them drop an N-bomb in that game, you're just like, what the heck is that?
Was.
Yeah. It sounds like an in-law. You know, like...
You know, that might be what it's based off of.
That'd be great if they did. Like a little joke between developers, like, my in-laws suck this week, I have to go see them.
But then one of them's just like, in-laws.
Mm-hmm.
I know, we're gonna make a racial slur!
Yeah.
Todd! I figured out what we're gonna call all of the foreigners!
Oh, God. Todd doesn't have the balls to do that. Someone mentioned the problem with Todd is not that he's like he has intentions of making shitty games. He's just a bad DM.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Also, yes, Todd, when are you gonna give us the self-cessed spell? When are you gonna give us the self-cessed spell, Todd? I'm waiting for the self-cessed spell.
That's what you need, a spell to clone yourself and then a spell to charm yourself.
Yeah, that's the only way Elder Scrolls 6 will be good. You have to have the self-cessed spell. I find self-cessed to be one of the weirdest tags. It's like that's like when you go like from like regular incest, like, you know, like that whole, like what people are into that, and then like You have to go even further because you're just that desensitized.
I don't think it exists though. Like if it's a different individual, like logically A is not equal to A here. It is equal to A,
Okay,
but
but
it's
it's a
still its
clone.
own.
It's a clone.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
still an individual, so it doesn't count.
I mean, I guess.
We're gonna get philosophical about this.
It depends. Okay. Yes, we're gonna have a philosophical discussion about the morality of self-cest.
Oh, I don't care about the morality of it. It's disgusting. Don't do it.
Yeah, guys. Don't have babies with your gender bent clone. Okay, that's not
mean,
allowed.
It's great for a video game. I mean, go ahead, do it. I encourage it because
Yeah, but don't do
it's
that in
gonna
real
be.
life because we can do that in real life.
I mean, we're putting bears,
Okay.
in Baldur's
Listen,
Gate.
when it comes down to it, and the day finally comes. What do you think the odds are that, like, once human cloning is legal, somebody's gonna do that?
Oh, everyone's gonna fucking do that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are gonna do that.
Everyone!
Not everyone, but like all the people who are like really
I
desperate.
think you're projecting, Umbra. I think you're projecting.
No, everyone who's like really desperate is gonna do it because human beings like to take the path of least resistance. So, do you want to go through the process of wooing somebody, or do you want to just make a clone? And I think they've been working with CRISPR recently. They have those dire wolves that came out, and they want to make a mammoth now.
Apparently, apparently I've seen a lot of stuff where everybody's saying that it's mostly a scam. Like, it's not an actual dire wolf, but, like...
Well, it's not. It's not an actual dire wolf because you're not
Personally,
gonna
for me,
have.
if you want to see the real example of what CRISPR can do, look at the woolly mice, okay? I want 10
They're
of
cute.
those things.
They're cute little guys.
Alright?
But yeah,
If
I
all
think.
mice looked like that, I'd be trying to get an infestation in my place. Like, seriously.
But yeah, I think everyone's gonna try and take the path of least resistance, which they
No,
always
who
do.
am I kidding? Mice are adorable no matter what you do.
I wonder if there's anything like, are they going to be able to survive in environments like other mice, or are they just going to have difficulty?
I'm personally very curious about the Chinese super soldiers we're gonna see in World War III.
Oh boy.
I'm very excited. It's just gonna be Ivan Drago. Every one of them.
It's dizzy.
Huh?
In the ball.
See, real thing of Todd. He has good ideas and dreams, but suffers from execution and lacks the management skills to run a large team. Honestly, yeah. That sounds about right.
There was an interview with Julien Lefay, one of the programmers who was on the original team for The Elder Scrolls, and he talked about a conversation he had with Howard where he said it's gonna be like this big and this big. He was talking about distances, right? And he measured it out and went, that's just the size of 2 football fields.
Todd and his filthy lying mouth. You open mouth kiss your mother with that mouth.
That'd be creepy. But yeah, he said he was going to say like the game world, the map is going to be this big and that big. And LeFay did like a quick calculation. He went, that's the other end of the parking lot right there. That's tiny.
You know what, N-Bird? That's how you know. That's how you know that we're in the worst timeline. We're gonna end up getting humanoid androids before we get self-cessed cloned. Literally 1984. Literally 1984. I can't even. This is me trying to even. I can't.
Can't.
Can't. Not possible. I'm trying so hard, but I just can't.
You know what I'm disappointed about in this game? One small thing.
What?
There's no rice farms.
Welcome to the rice field.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what I want. Especially in these biomes with all these bamboo.
The rice must
fitting.
flow.
It must. This is relatively flat. I could probably put a base here.
Personally, one of my main issues that I always had with Minecraft is the fact that they never, like... They go so far out of their way to not add stuff, it feels like, half the time.
Like what? Is there something that comes to mind that would be...
They will never add any new food items. A lot of people have asked. There's mods around the concept of it. But Minecraft simply refuses to add more food. And yeah, sure, you can say most of it would end up being redundant anyways. But a lot of food is also redundant in general in the game because the holy baked potato exists.
It does. I never saw that in the game.
Why cook anything in Minecraft? Why make anything in Minecraft for food when you can just make an infinite number of baked potatoes for dirt cheap? Okay, for wine grease, Elon will never live up to his promise of genetically engineered cat girls. He's too interested in his mind control pet project.
You mean those chips you put in your brain to move stuff?
Jokes aside, I'm not really all that worried about Neuralink, but that's just me.
I'm slightly concerned about it.
Maybe to a degree, like when he talks about his end game and all of that, it does get a little bit nervous, but like it's for the most part, I'm not really all that worried.
It's just you have this thing in your head that does things. People can fuck with it.
You want to hear
It's not ideal.
You want to hear the biggest issue I have?
Go ahead.
Power source.
I mean, you, right?
Nope, it's got to be charged.
Oh.
And you
That's not
know
ideal.
what kind of batteries tend to be charged?
What?
Lithium ion.
Ah.
Literal bomb in your head.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's true. What if there's a problem and it just goes boom?
Yeah, no, seriously, because like that's the thing to keep in mind. This thing's probably, I don't think they could reasonably power the thing using the electricity that your brain produces. At least not without causing potential problems, you know?
I thought they would use like body heat or something.
I don't know how you could make that like work effectively enough. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Could that work as a power source? Like,
I just presume like, they can have thermal
okay,
energy. I don't know. I don't remember which country.
Here's how we do it. Here's how we do it. Kinetic energy. We basically put a shake weight in your head.
That sounds horrible. Like, have you ever had like something on your eardrum and you just can't get it off? That's just pain all day.
You know what is
Now
funny
you
though?
put it in your head.
There do exist things that like could be powered with that like there are things that like can be like, powered by the body's natural processes. Like there's like a pacemaker alternative that that's currently being worked on. That the way that it works is it's basically just a pacemaker, but it's a lot smaller. It just needs to be put directly onto the heart.
Okay.
And it naturally dissolves in the body. It's pretty cool actually.
They've been coming up with some really cool stuff recently, like plant
Yeah.
medicine.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah, but fuck. But yeah, like it's powered by some of the body's processes.
Mhm.
I might use that thermal energy thing that you mentioned. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. Like these days, it feels like what a time to be alive. Like when they have all these really cool things being made, either in tech or in medicine.
You wanna know the dumbest thing that some cars do? Like the cars that are just like, oh, we're not even gonna have a door handle.
Oh, well, yeah, that doesn't work.
At that point, I feel like that should be an automatic do not resuscitate.
Yeah.
It's like you want to go with the whole lack of a door handle thing, you know? There's jokes I shouldn't make about that.
What kind of jokes? I
How
haven't
to
heard
charge
them.
it? Wireless charging. Also, a note about wireless charging. That raises temperatures quite a bit. Like, as far as methods it typically goes to charge anything, it's typically gonna be about, what's it called? Wireless, I'm pretty sure produces the most heat out of all of them. I can imagine Elon just trying to make a unique port that is specifically to be used only by the Neuralink. Like he's gonna make a freaking lightning port for the Neuralink.
What do you call it?
I don't know, the X port or something, because he's obsessed with the letter X.
Oh, that sounds good though. That makes sense. Yeah.
I'm gonna stand by my position that I'm gonna on my position that he should have renamed Twitter Links.
You should rename it what?
He should have renamed it Links.
Why?
That would have had better brand synergy with his other stuff. X goes along with SpaceX, which honestly doesn't make any sense for the company. Links could have gone with both Neuralink, which no doubt would have been compatible with Twitter at some point, and Starlink, which is internet. And alongside that, it was also the concept of the X platform is that it's supposed to be an everything app that includes everything, linking everything, if you will.
I don't know, he could have gone something a little more old school, like interconnect.
I'm just saying, I think X is a dumb name. And not because it's boring or whatever. Or not because like it's too like, you know, it's way too like 2000s. Clearly this is a guy who's just so obsessed with letters that are kind of obscure. No, it's because it's uninspired. There's clearly minimal thought put into it. You're just like, oh, I like the letter X.
He must have been a big fan of the Xbox.
Seriously. I'm not even that big of an Elon hater, you know? I'll admit, I like the design of the Cybertruck. I'll still die on that hill. If we could get a diesel version of it, I'd be down for that.
It certainly looks like it reminds me of the Warthog in Halo.
I'm just kind of like, I see it and it kind of just makes me think of like, you know, it looks like something out of sci-fi. I just think it looks cool.
Yeah. Looks like something out of a sci-fi movie from
like
the 90s.
there's like some, like everybody will typically just be like, oh man, that thing looks terrible. I'm just, I'm just like, I'm kind of on the hard disagree side of things. I don't think it is a bad form factor. My problem is the The engine, electric. Like, no, I'm not a fan of electric stuff.
Oh,
Also, Musashi, Alakia, thank you for the follow. Okay, fair, D, fair. It does kind of look like something from Minecraft. Still looks cool, though.
I think I found a good base location now. Flat.
I forgot you were looking for
Oh.
that.
Yeah, yeah. I've been difficult, but I found a place, so it's good. There's a second place I could probably put it. I like these little toad monsters they added. I'm sure they added them a long time ago, but to me they're still new.
Now they're with the Sakura Dream update, I think. Core Zero. The little toad guys that commit Sudoku.
They do?
Yeah. They blow up their they blow up the little thing, and then they stab it with a stick.
Oh, I never saw them do that.
I don't think you ever see them do it. I think it's mostly just like a thing they do in canon, though.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gonna move it a little bit.
Yeah, man, Power Out's hardcore like that. Yeah, but they only do that if they, if they end up getting like, exiled or something like that.
This should also be a pretty defensible base. There's not a lot of paths to get to here.
What?
There's just one.
I don't typically worry much about how defensible things are.
Only concerned is so far as it makes it a little bit harder to damage the base. Okay, yeah, this is good.
I just couldn't justify it. It was a 2% catch rate and like with a legendary sphere, and it wasn't worth it. It just wasn't worth it. Maybe I should try to catch Jet Dragon at level 50. Because it did make going into that boss fight kind of under-leveled. Kind of fun, actually.
Yeah, struggling in games feels better than just having them be easy.
Oh yeah.
If it's easy, if there's no obstacle, if there's nothing challenging me, like I'm not really playing a game at that point, am I?
No, definitely. So it can be pretty fun though to play with some overpowered stuff, like fighting stuff you're not supposed to be fighting yet. I did that a lot in Nutshire and Odyssey Untold. I just kind of ended up fighting some of the boss enemies that you're not supposed to fight until a bit later, like way earlier than expected.
I mean, that used to be commonplace in games, right? You do things way earlier than you should.
Yeah, no sequence break stuff or anything. Just, just some fun. I made a really overpowered setup for my team, and just fun, you know?
Yeah.
I like the Etrian Odyssey series. Can't go on for quite a while, though. Sadly, politicians rarely think 1 year ahead, let alone centuries. Not to mention the billions of dollars to properly terraform. I think terraforming the moon would be easier, honestly. And even then, I really wouldn't be able to properly do it because of the gravity issues. Maybe CRISPR is the way that we'll get people living on Mars.
Oh, you know what? This is maybe not the best base location after all. They have so much greenery everywhere.
Yeah, we're gonna do it all tomorrow style.
I wish this game, when you put down stuff like boxes or plantation, they just get rid of the grass that's here. It's so annoying to see it sticking out of the ground.
Bird, we do have the tech. CRISPR. We're gonna genetically modify the people we send to Mars. And then effectively exile them to the planet because them ever stepping foot on Earth again would crush their bodies beneath the weight of our atmosphere. It'd be like really epic or something. I don't know.
If they don't exercise, yes. If they do exercise, they'll be fine.
Oh, the fuck! That was annoying.
These days, too.
Just got one shot, jeez. Anyways. Yeah, but I don't think we're ever gonna get those cat girls, though.
I don't think so. But they'd be an abomination.
Depends. Depends.
No, I think they're an abomination. Did he actually promise cat girls, or was that just like a meme that people made?
I have no clue, honestly, because with Elon, like, Elon's constantly throwing stuff out there and just saying stuff.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, scientists are all going through constant migraines, being like, "Oh God, Elon, please shut up."
Maybe Chat knows. Chat, is he the one who said it, or was it just a meme people made up?
Actually, apparently they have discovered a decent amount of water on Mars.
Oh yeah, I'm not too surprised by that.
Under the surface of the planet, they actually did discover water. So. Water probably wouldn't have to be imported. I'm gonna emphasize probably.
It would have to. It needs to be like minerals, though.
That is fair. Might need some extra stuff added to it, but you know. The point is, though, it could be good, though. That's a problem that wouldn't be as constant. I mean, of course the Mars colony is gonna need constant life support.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no way, they're gonna have the Mars colony not having people just constantly bringing stuff to them. Because those stupid Martians are just gonna be a drain on our economy. Everybody's talking about how much we need to pay people need to pay their fair share. What about the Martians? I'm just trying to build up, because that's something that we really need in this modern age. We need someone to mutually hate ever since the Neanderthals died. It'll bring us all together.
Hate will bring us together.
Yeah, exactly. We need a mutual enemy. Oh, yeah, the moon needs water, definitely.
Oh, yeah. Well, they'll figure it out.
For what it's worth. They'll probably be able to, use recycled water.
Yeah.
I think we can basically fully recycle sewage into water. Like, fully clean it. I don't know how the taste is, but, it's kind of its own question, but... Just saying. And then you get some people being like, I will not drink the sewage water. I will not drink the sewage water, without realizing that pretty much every bit of water that has existed in this world has at some point been inside of another person.
This is true.
All right, a part of George Washington, a part that was once inside of George Washington, has probably been inside me, and I'm gonna call 911 for it. We're gonna turn this into a Me Too case.
Oh God, you went there. Oh no.
Oh, I tweeted it on X. Well, that doesn't change anything. Doesn't change anything. Still said it. Right, and that makes it legally binding. We can sue him for it.
There's a little bit of George Washington in all of us.
In a way, nobody ever dies. I've finally figured out how we kill all of humanity. We drain the ocean. I just realized if it ever did come down to it and, the planet was gonna be destroyed if we had, send a bunch of the population. We'd have to, drain the ocean, basically, for that, wouldn't we? Realistically
Probably, yeah.
speaking. Mizu! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, guys!
Wonder how they'd achieve that.
At least a good chunk of it. The sheer amount of water they'd have to collect for it. If you're trying to support, all of humanity at that point, what remains of it. You'd probably want to take as much water as possible. Hi, Lion Fan. And, Kosser, welcome, how's your day been? And Paradox, how's your day been? Yeah.
Too much stuff.
What do you mean
There
too
we
much
go.
stuff? Not enough stuff. I need more.
These guys deforested this area so quickly. Okay.
It's just that you know they're doing
Time
their
to pick up.
jobs.
Yeah, time to pick up everything. No, no, the humans won't do it. The humans won't pick up stuff. That is unfortunate.
Love me some deforestation. Oof. Jeez. I have not played Terror from the Deep. I know. I know. How could I? But I have not played Terror from the Deep. For some reason you thought it was Fantasy Online 2. Does it have that aesthetic, or did you just completely mistake it? Ugh. I'm taking the Gigaspheres. Or maybe I was the one that started getting them being made.
Oh, that's me. I was gonna go pick them up. Keep capturing pals.
They were sitting around for too long.
Yeah, I was out capturing pals. I'll go pick them up.
They've already been collected.
Oh no. Where'd you put them?
And metal chest.
Okay.
Taxes were levied. Because remember, guys, taxes are good when I'm the one doing it.
That reminds me. I need to pay my accountant. Thank you for reminding me. They've gone unpaid for weeks.
Man! You're really not a
Yeah.
very good accountant, ever.
Nope. Nope.
Accountant, ever. That sounds like one of those, Giga Chad memes. Based accountant havers. Based and red-pilled.
Haven't heard that one in a long time.
I mean, if I play Terror from the Deep, it'll probably be an open XCOM, which I assume would have most of the, well-known bugs fixed. Also, didn't the original XCOM have the opposite issue where it was always set to the lowest difficulty? Then I guess they realized that XCOM 1 was too hard. So clearly they had to overcorrect by making XCOM 2 too hard. I mean, XCOM 1 was too easy. They realized very quickly that, the player must suffer more. They must eat bitterness. Unfortunately, the average player doesn't really like eating bitterness, and thus XCOM 2 didn't really do so well, and then XCOM Apocalypse happened, and I don't really know what the usual consensus was there. And then Hasbro or whoever ended up getting the license. They made a bunch of games that nobody cared about, and then the franchise died.
Is it dead? No.
It is dead, yeah.
Oh, it is it. That's a
Now
shame.
it is.
Who was the company that made them? Those games?
Well, the current games are currently 2K. I can't remember who owned the originally owned the XCOM license. The original XCOM license was owned by well, not the license, but the IP was originally owned by what's it called? What are they? The guys who made the original Civilization games. That was the same company.
Huh. It doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, same here. I wanted to think Troika, but I think that's just me, like, you know.
Troika made... Because those are the guys from...
I think those are just the Fallout guys.
Yeah, the Fallout guys. Who's the artist? Because the artist wanted to do something and they said no, and so he was like, well, fuck you guys, I'm out.
Interplay. That was the original
yeah.
Fallout owners.
Yep.
Yeah, but the current XCOM IP holder is 2K, and those are the guys who own Rockstar as well. And the IP is just not going anywhere. All they did was release XCOM 1, which everybody loved, XCOM 2, which everybody loved even more. I personally don't really like XCOM 2 all that much myself, but that's just me. And then they released Chimera Squad, which everybody universally agrees was one of the worst XCOM games ever made. Speaking of, I'm gonna play XCOM Enforcer one of these days, guys. Don't worry. I know you're very excited for that one.
I know that. The guy who worked on...
Okay, Froxus, whatever. Same. You get the point. Parent companies. Also, everybody who made the modern XCOM games good is now gone, so it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure they went on to make Phoenix Point, but I don't know for sure if it goes that far.
You said the guys who worked on the original Fallout, they're working on Outer Wilds too.
What? Outer Wilds?
Yeah.
Not familiar, honestly.
No? Outer Wilds? It came out a couple years ago.
I'm assuming it's a space game, right?
Yeah, it's an RPG. It's like Fallout but in space.
Was that the one? Do you mean Outer Worlds?
Oh yeah, Outer Worlds. My bad.
I
Sorry.
don't think that was the original Fallout guys. That was just Obsidian.
No, what they did was they contracted Tim Kaine.
Oh.
Now they're working on the second one.
I will say one thing though. One person does not greatness make. So, just because they got one of the original guys in and we're gonna be like, oh my god, guys, it's gonna be a return to form, people change. Modern sensibilities have ruined everything. The culture has changed, and now you end up in a world where comedians are no longer feel comfortable making jokes because they feel like the odds that they're gonna end up getting yelled at because somebody got offended is high. That's why Weird Al quit. That's why Weird Al doesn't make new music anymore.
Al's find their way up stairs easily?
What?
The pals, did they find their way upstairs easily, or they have
No.
difficulty navigating? No,
They do not like stairs.
they don't like stairs.
Or
Okay, well
anything
they will.
that's or anything that's player made.
Okay, well they'll suffer.
And you know what really sucks, by the way, about the not getting an XCOM 3 thing? I would have liked if they did make another XCOM set in that world that they made for the modern series. Like, I'm not somebody who hates everything about it, you know? I'm not some the past was always better boomer who just insists that, you know, everything modern is terrible. There were good aspects to it. I wanted to see what they were gonna do with it. They ended XCOM 2 on a cliffhanger. And now, nothing. I guess in the end, the canon ending to XCOM 2 is the aliens win. Wait, Civilization 7 flopped? That's kind of crazy, actually.
Didn't they come out recently? Isn't it because they had everything online all the time?
Oh, that's a killer game. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Always online DRM. Never goes well. Or at least it doesn't go well consistently enough to actually succeed. Because technically Hitman is also... Hitman World of Assassination is always online. Oh my god! Can we talk about the Bureau? Can we talk about the Bureau? Who had the bright idea after XCOM Enforcer that making another XCOM shooter was a good idea? This is almost as bad of an idea as an XCOM freaking fighter jet simulator, which we did get in the form of XCOM Interceptor, which... Can I just say everything after, like... I can't remember if it was after XCOM Apocalypse, or if it was everything, like, between XCOM Apocalypse and XCOM 2. I don't remember that when everything was released. All I know is there were so many weird XCOM spin-offs in those games, in those days, and it was the weirdest stuff. Like, you're just kind of left wondering, who asked for this?
Well, if the company that made XCOM is gone, then someone can come and replace them, right?
Yeah, but the IP is basically dead. Well, no, 2K I'm pretty sure will own the IP even if the Firaxis devs aren't there anymore. Because 2K
That's
owns
fine.
Firaxis.
Does it really matter if the IP is dead? If you can just make the same game and you don't have the competition?
2K isn't gonna do it. And there is competition. It's called Phoenix Point.
Oh, there you go.
I'm pretty sure Phoenix Point was made by a few Firaxis devs. In modern XCOM, the aliens always win. Yep. They always win because the real people we should have been keeping an eye out for were the consumers who don't know quality when they see it. Or maybe instead it should be the corporations who, for some reason, are just incapable of knowing how to make money. I swear, that's like a condition. Once you get on top, you just forget how to make money. Civ 7 had a peak of 84,555 players. That's kind of bad. Actually, that's downright abysmal, I think, for... Like, this is Civilization we're talking... I don't care much about Civilization. And, like... That's awful. That's... Yeah. That is really bad. Like, I'm pretty sure Civilization was one of those franchises that was just straight up on that level of, you know, like, that was one of the original, just one more turn games, you know?
Like,
Yep. Too big to fail. Once you reach a certain point, all you have to do is just start talking to the guys over at BlackRock and just being like, oh, hey, we need more money. We need more money. Oh, please, BlackRock-sama, give us more Nazi gold to make terrible games with. Ugh.
there we go. Let me know what you think about this base. Is it pretty or not?
No, you gotta understand them, bro. When you ask questions like, am I pretty, you know?
Am I pretty?
You have to remember that, like, you know, it's one of those things where it ends up... The person on the receiving end of the question is always left with two very important, very distinct options. To either destroy the other person emotionally or play along.
Oh,
And it's difficult
I
to
know I'm
choose
not
between
pretty.
the two.
But what about this base here that I just made? This log cabin. Is it cute?
That's a different question entirely.
Yeah. Okay. Time to put some food down.
Oh, I never asked the question because I know it's a dangerous question to ask. Don't worry, Lion fan. I know I'm impulsive.
Yeah, put them about here.
Sorry, currently working on sorting the food situation. Where'd all the gold coins go? I need to buy some tomatoes.
Make them over to the base. I'm gonna pick up some rock.
Wait, the Dishonored people were just straight up kicked out of Bethesda? What'd they do? Did they insult Todd's fashion sense? They should know that they shouldn't be They should know that you're not allowed to insult Bethesda's Todd's fashion sense, okay?
Arcane released way too many flops in a row. Even Dishonored, Dishonored 1, Dishonored 2 were not, you know, huge. They were popular with a niche, but they weren't like huge releases that they needed.
It's kind of weird when games end up like that, like everybody talks about it, you know? But it's never considered, like, you know, actually good. Or at least not on the level that they need it to be.
Yeah.
That's a problem. The last game they made they wanted to was Prey. Ah, okay. I'm not familiar with Prey.
I don't think it was Prey. It was another one that flopped. Was let me take a look. It's called Ember or something like that.
Do you feel bonita?
Redfall. It was Redfall.
Oh wait, did not do terrible.
Yeah, Redfall was from
Ah.
Arcane. It failed. Deathloop was from Arcane. It failed. Yeah, Prey was in 2017. They worked on Wolfenstein Cyberpilot. Never heard of it. They worked on Wolfenstein Youngblood. That was a failure. They worked on Dishonored Death of the Outsider. That was a failure. So every game for the past 8 years has been a failure from the studio. I'll be right back.
Yeah, wasn't Redfall like about vampires or something? I can't remember. Oh yeah, also a note, the guys who made the Batman guys are basically no longer at Rocksteady. There's another one. I guess sometimes the people who shouldn't fail, who should fail upwards actually do fail upwards. Perhaps I should judge the game devs less harshly. Or perhaps I should judge them more harshly. Personal favorite of mine is the classic EA strategy of basically overworking their studios until they buying a studio and then horribly overworking them until they end up collapsing in on themselves due to stress and fatigue. And then when it's all said and done, they sell off all the studio's assets and then write it down as a failure. At least we got Batman Arkham Knight.
If I'm not mistaken, they're working on a new Batman game.
I don't care. Too little, too late.
Don't remember if it's Rocksteady.
For what it's worth it.
Look.
Maybe Rocksteady. May not be Rocksteady. I heard that they did actually pitch a Batman Beyond game at some point. But that
would
never
be cool,
went
yeah.
anywhere. That would have been cool. I would have been down for that because Batman Beyond was just really cool.
So it's still Rocksteady.
Honestly, it doesn't matter. Most of the people that made Rocksteady great are gone. I think I said it on Twitter. I will be happy to be proved wrong, but I highly doubt that they're gonna make anything really worthwhile here.
Yeah, I think they how did it go? There was just more and more writers on the team as they built their games. So the first game had like 2 writers, and then it went to 5, then it was 12, and then it was like 24 writers on the recent flop that they had. Like, there's just way too many writers. You don't need that many.
What on earth could you do with like 15 different writers?
I have no idea.
How do you make a game with that many writers and not have issues?
I don't know. Like any company, I presume they have a lot of yes men.
I'm sorry.
Nobody wants to rock the boat.
Like I don't
Nobody
wanna
wants to be an artist.
I don't want to like be offensive when I say this, and maybe deep down inside, I'm trying to be offensive when I say this, but like, why do I have a feeling that most of the writers were women? Am I wrong? Is that out of line for me to say, or
Maybe a little bit out of line.
like, look, all I'm saying is, why do I feel like that's them? Like, we have to have a certain quota of women in our studio, so you know. And then they just brought them all on as writers. You know.
What are you saying? What are you saying, Shiroi?
I'm saying that the number of that a fairly large number of women currently involved in the games industry. I'm gonna note that there were a lot of great women in the games industry, by the way. I want to stress that. Many of them do not really do game design. That's what I'm trying to say.
You're saying it's fine as long as they're not game designers.
Well, it's like, you know, many women probably aren't gonna want to bother with game design because it's not, it doesn't appeal to them in that regard, in the ways that they normally want them to. Schreier bullied Rocksteady for being too white.
A lot of game development studios get bullied for being too white.
Unfortunately, nerdy white guys are the prime demographic for becoming game developers.
That's true.
It's just the truth, okay? Look, all I'm saying is, you know, the quiet white kid in the back of the classroom is either a future game developer or a redacted, and there's just no in between.
Redacted? What's that?
I know what a redacted is.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it took a second. Took a moment.
You know what a redacted is.
It took just a small moment.
A school shooter.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought it was something else. Sorry, I'm not American.
Tell ya. I thought that meme was at least prolific enough, but I guess not.
No, I don't think so.
Well, that's life sometimes.
Found another pretty location for a farm. There's so many nice locations up north here for farms.
You've already built one base!
I know. I'm difficult like this.
We only have 3!
I know.
Hi, Diablo!
I just keep moving to one.
Let's see everyone.
I gotta switch this guy's abilities because he sucks.
Which one?
Van Worm. He has like flame breath, and I don't want that. I want Ignis Blast and Air Cannon. Because you can just spam Air Cannon.
I can't
Doesn't do too much
remember what
damage.
I don't know what the best fire move is.
I'm not looking for like the best. I'm looking for just like, can I just use it fast? There's not a lot of animation before you shoot. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, one thing I'll note is that when you start getting up to certain things, stuff just doesn't spam fast enough for you to actually be able to get like speed damage out of it. This Ludo forgot what Umbra was supposed to be.
What am I?
At work, Diablo? I'm sorry to hear that. I think my favorite part about Nimog is how he's got the little toe beans.
Oh, he forgot what I am. I am an exiled Grand Master of Imperial Intelligence.
Rolls right off the tongue.
It does, yeah.
For what it's worth, most VTubers explaining their lore always ends up feeling that way, though, at times. I remember Razer actually rebranded primarily because explaining everything just took too much time, and it's just like, you know.
It's just a fancy way of saying I'm a spy.
Though I
And
don't
I'm
really
not.
understand why Razor was struggling so much to explain, and it's just like, Space
What was his
Templar,
initial?
done.
Oh yeah. Did he have
Easy.
the same look, or was he like all armored up?
A similar look, yeah, but like, with armor and all that.
Okay.
Honestly, I thought the idea was cool. That's just my opinion, though.
It sounds cool.
I think parts of the design definitely could use some work, but, instead they decided to go over the tactical stuff, which is fine, I think it's cool. But then he kind of got a bit nervous. He started getting a bit nervous because, like, the religious connotations and all the other stuff, and I'm just like, Razor tends to be a bit,
It wouldn't have been weird. Like
he has a lot
it's.
of anxiety about things, as it were.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I definitely say that Razor's current model is definitely better than his old one was. But I think a lot of that does come from the fact that he's definitely refined his ability to make VTuber models.
A spy with a solid beard. Yes, and thank you.
Also, gonna note, since I mentioned Razor, it is currently his birthday, guys.
Was it?
Yes.
Nice. I wish him a happy birthday later. Happy womb evacuation day.
Oh, wait, no. May 4th is his birthday, poor guy.
Oh no. Oh no.
He's got the worst birthday!
Yeah, may the fourth be with you.
It's not an easy birthday to have these days. It's not. It's kind of sad too. He used to really like Star Wars, and it's just been ruined for him now.
Everyone likes Star Wars, and I think it's been ruined for most people. It's a damn shame. Yeah, I'll move the base down here. It's not gonna be far.
I find the current Fortnite season weird because Grievous shows up as like a bonus reward in the battle pass, but like for some reason everything's like seems more like it's like episode 9 based. It's not weird though, Random prequel character and like everything else is just sequels. And Fortnite OCs dressed like Star Wars characters, but that's always happened. Technically, May 4th isn't Star Wars' birthday. It's like Christmas. It's not that Christmas isn't Jesus' birthday. Okay, like if you go through the Roman records that totally exist, it's a celebration of it, but I think I think some research that was done kind of put it Jesus' birthday at I think it was like either January or February. Or maybe it was a bit further off in the year. I can't remember actually. Might have been March.
So yeah,
I can't remember.
that's what this is like the location. This is what the log cabin looks like. I was gonna move it down because you don't have all this greenery here, so.
Yeah, but Christmas is just when we celebrate it. Also, it's when the pagans did their thing, and I just kind of had to, they had to do something about that.
So you see, the location was ideal because there's only one way to come up here, so it's pretty raid resistant. But I mean, the raids are not entirely difficult to deal with, anyways.
I'm realizing now that I'm talking about things that are not typically supposed to be allowed to be talking about.
Which are?
Religion.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I try to be respectful.
I had a brain fart there. I was like, wait, what?
I'm not. I'm not making any mean-spirited stuff. I'm just, making historical comments. it really is just best guesses. Even back then, I think it was a best guess thing, and then they kind of discovered it was a bit less accurate than, than they thought it was. Well, that happened. Oh well.
Bright side, lots of wood now.
You know what? We should bring back the Inquisition. If only because of their cool coats.
It's a perfectly good reason to do so.
I'm sorry, I want a government agency that all dresses like Vash the Stampede.
Okay, how much wood did I... Holy smokes, I got thousands of wood out of this. Okay. Taking all that. Taking that. Going to the area base. Dropping off the wood.
Nobody expects the American Inquisition. When you start having when you start having thoughts that don't include freedom in them. Look, a lot of great things that don't exist anymore in most of the world are allowed to exist still in America, okay?
You mean like free speech?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the Canadian saying it, not me.
Yeah. I'm the Canadian here. Je suis le Québécois aussi. Bienvenue.
You see, even though I strongly disagree with what he's saying, or more so how he's saying it, in America, that's allowed.
I'm just doing it because it's gonna shake everyone a little bit. Like, oh shit, I heard French. My ears. How could he do this to us? Because I love making you suffer, that's why.
To be fair, free speech is very rare, actually, throughout history. Yeah, and that is actually something that is very true. But that's what I think makes America special in that regard.
A lot of people had to die for free speech, or at least...
Because you'd be surprised how few countries the concept of free speech is, actually enshrined in as an actual, right. Post the heretical meme. Inquisition, open up! Megan, you just imagine that. Just a random Spanish guy just starts knocking on your door after you post a heretical meme. That'd be kind of based, actually.
I'm sorry, sir, you have the wrong door. There's no tacos here. You can get your empanadas elsewhere. Proper Inquisition of the 60s and 70s? Interesting.
What, to get rid of the hippies, or...? The Brits actually do that. They have the meme... Well, yeah, we all know that. We all know that there's some stuff goes down over there. I can only make so many jokes. Okay?
You can make all the jokes.
And again, I don't really know if I have much of a substantial UK audience, so... I don't really know what we're working with here.
The Brits actually do that? They have the meme police? Yes, they do.
Yep, and you'd be surprised how many people forgot their license.
The license.
A lot of brews keep forgetting their license.
Oh, I see you're
We have
north.
ways of making you talk. You know, that's another thing that's been surprisingly common throughout history. Ethics. Alright, used to be if you just didn't like a guy or you thought he knew something that you wanted to know, you typically just, you know, start cutting off fingers and see where that takes you. Like, seriously. Maybe you'd stretch him a little, you know, it got very creative. Sometimes you didn't even care about what he knew, and you just did it for fun.
Perfectly legit.
Remember, torture is just as much for the person doing it as it is for the person receiving it.
Might be getting to some dark territory here, sure, right?
You know what you were
I
getting
don't
yourself into.
Yeah. I don't think YouTube and Twitter, no, Twitch like this.
I'm not big enough. I'm not big enough. I'm not big enough.
Well, everyone
It's like,
says that.
I'm gonna ask that. I'm gonna keep saying like, you know, I'm not big enough, and then just the day's gonna come when I am big enough.
Yeah, that's the problem. One day it's gonna be, no, you were big enough.
No, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull. I'm gonna do what Jim did. I'm just gonna delete all of my channels. Start over.
Jeez.
Torture is the most ineffective means of information gathering. Yeah, but Napoleon was short, so he didn't have any. So he didn't have rights. Yes, I like quivering. My favorite part is that the sailor outfit does appear in is gonna appear in the Power World dating sim.
The what?
I thought you knew about the Power World dating sim.
I know about that, but the what costume?
Oh, the sailor suit for quivering.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like a sailor. That's not what the modern day propaganda tells me, Inbird. And I think the universal hatred of the French is a little more honest than an actual Frenchman. I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble.
Today on stream, xenophobia.
I don't really hate the French.
I doubt that. I have doubts.
Napoleon was Italian. That's like, is that for real? Let's see, put that in English, it's more like 5'10", 5'11", but the British have a sense of humor and just said 5'4". Okay, I'm seeing a lot of different numbers here. I don't know what to believe in. I'm just gonna sit down. I'm just gonna stick with Napoleon was 3 foot even. But you're telling me Napoleon wasn't even French? Like,
Let's see.
I don't know what to believe anymore, man. I thought Napoleon was just like, I thought Napoleon was French. Perhaps I judged
No,
him
that's
too
an Italian
harshly.
name. Napoleon Bonaparte. Born in Corsica. He's Italian.
Well, guess I gotta pull out the old Italian joke book then. Let's see, where was that thing?
Boppity boopy.
No, that's not the one. There it is! The official Italian joke book. This thing is ancient, by the way. Compiled and edited by Larry Wild. Ooh. Let's just pick out a random one here. Let's see. Page 30. Third joke on the left page.
Shiroy, I have some bad news for you. Besides speaking French, I am also partially Italian.
I will give you a
Please go
hard
on.
time for that one.
Please go on insulting my people.
What is every Italian's ambition?
I don't know.
To be rich enough to afford a Polish gardener. I don't get it.
I don't get that one either.
For what it's worth, the Polish joke book is on the other side, so we'll call this one a crossover. Let's see what else we got here.
You want to pick this guy up? You want to throw him away?
Oh, I have no
Okay.
clue.
Put all this stuff here.
Let's see. Why did the Italian lose his job as an elevator operator?
What is that?
He couldn't learn the route.
I don't get it.
The joke is that it's an elevator. It's only up and down. It's just calling him dumb. You can
Okay.
also crack out the Polish joke book. This is a really old book, by the way. It's peak. It's peak. I got this from my grandfather. He was Italian.
Wait, so you have an actual book?
Yes, it's a physical. It is a physical book.
Oh, bless you.
It's a physical book. The official Italian joke book on one side and the official Polish joke book on the other side. It's 2 books in one. That was a great deal back in whenever this was published. I have no clue. There's like 0 information on this book. That's the best part about it. 1973. The first printing was September 1973. So, can we do a read along of the 2 books?
And so go for it.
Maybe another time. Maybe another time. Yeah, but it's not my biological grandfather. Just so you guys know.
No.
No. I am not Italian. No. So the jokes are not allowed on my end. I'm breaking many rules by giving you guys by reading the sacred texts. I am breaking the rules.
Sacred text.
pull out the Italian joke book. The secret texts! Nah, my biological grandfather wasn't Italian. He was Native American. For what it's worth, though, the grandfather that I knew was honestly kind of better. Actually, he was better. Cause my actual biological grandfather refused to meet his grandchildren.
Where's that?
They married a Korean woman, apparently. I guess there's a bit of a thing with, I guess it's just kind of like, a cultural thing where they don't like, didn't want him interacting with his family. Or maybe they just really didn't want him hanging around his old family. I don't know. It's just kind of sad, Like, even when my mom was in the area, she tried to get in touch with him, and he just said no, and it's just kind of disappointing in a way.
His own daughter? Really?
Yeah, he did not want to meet his grandkids. Kind of heartbreaking, in a way. I mean, it's like, I can only feel so bad, because, it's like, I never knew him, of course, None of us ever knew him. Even my mom didn't really know him that well. But it's just, it's a sad thing. Makes you wonder, but that's what he wanted. So, for better or worse, I have no grandfather.
Well, if he's gonna be like a dick like that, probably for the best.
Wow, this started with a bunch of jokes about Italians, and then it got all heavy like that. Jeez.
Is it heavy? I think it's too heavy.
Let's see here. Let's read a Polish joke or two. There we go. That'll take the edge off.
Back to business, insulting others.
Hey, I got a lot of Polish on my dad's side, so, I am maybe allowed to make these jokes. What do they call a swimming pool full of Polish girls?
What do they call them?
Bay of Pigs.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
I'm pretty sure that's a reference to something.
It's a war. Yeah. Yeah. Was it a war? It was a war. It was a battlefield.
I can't remember. This does take you back. This does take you back, though. Back to times that you don't remember. Back when everything made sense, and the wars weren't really thought about all that much.
The Bay of Pigs invasion. Blah blah blah. Failed military landing on the coast of Cuba by the United States, 1961.
Wait, back when Polish and Italians weren't considered. Oh yeah, I guess that was back when that was the case. Same thing with Irish,
70s?
but you can't really have a third book in there.
I think in the 70s they were still that's when they were starting to become considered white.
For what it's worth, I still find it fun. That's just my opinion, though. We'll do a full book read along on the Discord server. There you go. Honestly, there's some jokes in there that are pretty long, so I imagine those are the ones with some real punchlines. Know what I mean? Like the ones that kind of have a bit of a build up to them. I I just didn't want to go for any of the ones that were really long because it just felt like that would that would end up being like one of those, oh man, we're gonna be here a minute. Maybe I'm just thinking too hard. Wait. US tried invading Cuba during the Cold War and failed because Cuba was communist. Yeah. We embargoed them until... Yeah, we embargoed them for a while. One of my favorite fun facts about the Cuban stuff was that they what's it called? They let me think. Oh yeah. So right before the embargo started, a bunch of high up political guys put in some orders for some Cuban cigars. There's a classic right there. Are Cuban cigars even really worth it?
In my experience, no.
No? Not really that great?
They're not that special. They're just cigars. They're not that special.
Man. Maybe they just wanted them for the street cred.
Maybe it's different back then, but see better than yeah.
Oh jeez. Oh well. Do it on Twitter, space it at the president of Poland! Oh, that'd be something. That'd be something. Yeah, if you're curious, it's yeah, if you're curious, the book is the official Italian and official Polish joke book by frick, I can't remember.
Larry Wild.
Yeah, Larry Wild. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not good with names, fun fact.
I see it.
I keep that book primarily because it's like just one of those like it's just one of those like, you know, things I kind of always had in the house growing up. It's kind of funny how it's one of the few things that I think really survived my honestly very turbulent life, you know? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the costumes are really cute. Yeah, it's kind of nice being able to have things that you kind of know have at least a bit of a history to them. Like, where you're just kind of thinking about, like, you know, how much they've probably gone through. Among other weird things that I've collected over the years. I still have my dad's class ring. I remember my older sister used to have it. And then she lost it. And then I found it. And I tried to return it to Dad and he let me keep it.
Pretty common for people to have their
Hmm?
parents' class rings.
I guess. My dad was at least rich enough to be able to have one, I guess. But I'm not really all that well connected with that side of the family, so I don't know if I'm getting any money from any of them. Bally.
Are you looking forward to Doom Eternal?
I never really played any of the Doom games.
No.
No.
Not Eternal. Sorry, Dark World. Eternal came out 5 years ago.
I know that there's people in my community who'd probably crucify me for that one, but it's just, I just never played them. My manager did tell me I should play them though.
I think the 2016 one is pretty good. I played it quite a bit on stream, and it was it's got a very good game loop. It encourages you to be violent because it has this mechanic called push forward, which is the closer you are or the more in proximity you are while in combat, the less damage you take and the more damage you do. So if you're running away, you'll take more damage. You won't be doing deadly squat.
That's kind of
So it encourages,
honestly.
yeah, it encourages Doom Guy to actually be a psychopath, which is, what he's supposed to be. Kind of.
Nah, he's completely justified in everything that he does.
Did you read the comic?
1, they're demons. 2, seriously, no response from that first one? Jeez.
Hmm?
2, they killed his bunny.
Oh, right, because I'm a demon, yeah. How could you, Shibuya?
It's not funny. You took too long to respond. It's not funny.
How could you? You wounded me.
Too little, too late.
All this demon hate.
Fun fact, in the Cold War, Pepsi had a navy which included 17 submarines, a frigate, a destroyer, and a cruiser. What the frick?
I think it was a PMC.
How on earth? Why was Pepsi owning a freaking PMC?
Why not?
What, was Pepsi just a front for Soldiers Without Borders? Jeez. I guess I could see that happening in the Metal Gear universe. Bruh, can you imagine a freaking, like the PMCs are just Coke and Pepsi duking it out like usual? Wait, so Pepsi and Coke both have private militaries for countries south of the border? Oh wait, yeah, because they have to steal all that water! I forgot about that part.
I never heard of that.
Water is a very valuable resource. And it comes from a wide assortment of places, some of which are undesirable, as it were.
Talking about Canada?
No, there's no water in Canada. There's just stupid snow. They bottled Soviet ships so they could sell it to a European scrapyard and make a buck by skirting past the trade restrictions on the USSR at the time. Ah, there's a classic. Breaking the law, but also kinda, sorta, not really breaking the law. Look, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised, like, especially because I know, like, at least over in, like, certain areas of Africa, they do steal water. Nestle's a really big, a really common, a really big good example of a country that, a company that just steals water.
Mhm.
Never buy Nestle products, by the way. They kill babies.
Oh, do they?
Yes. Yeah, they would go into third world countries. They'd give free samples of baby formula to breastfeeding women over there. And they'd lie to them, telling them that it's great for them and all that. And the women would use them until their milk dries up. And then, the babies would typically die because the stuff has to be mixed with not properly filtered water.
Mhm. I almost respect the evil.
It's unbelievably disgusting, in my opinion. Like, seriously. Let's see. The WEF is run by the Nestle guy. People that want water to be a human right are extremists. It's like, look, I don't necessarily consider the concept. I don't like the concept of just making random stuff a human right. But what Nestle is doing out there is downright evil. Like, let's be honest here. Not really a big fan of the, you know. But you know what? Yeah. Yeah, I think I can agree with the extremists on this one.
What's the extreme position here?
You know, that, you know, wanting water is, you know, like, that you should be allowed to have water. Why did they do it? Because they wanted the money. That's why they did it. They did it because they wanted money from these women. Because they originally gave it to them. They gave it to them not to kill their babies. It was to get them dependent on baby formula. Do not use baby formula if you have kids. It's not nearly as good for them. If you don't have to, don't. Cyberpunk 2077, except Pepsi Cola Arasaka. Basically, yes. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's just, it's disgusting. But hey, world's full of extremists.
Sounds a lot like what someone said recently. It's just business.
Yeah, well. Don't really much care for business. Typically, good business doesn't result in the deaths of your business partners, but you know. That statistic might be somewhat skewed due to issues like malnutrition in some countries, though.
Which step?
Because my mom breastfed every single one of her children, and I don't think that she ever had to use formula. And you know what? Bring back the midwives! There's your solution! Alright, we need to normalize women selling their breast milk. No, don't laugh! Don't laugh! This is serious!
I'm sure it is. They apparently do that in New York.
Even if the breast milk is just gonna be bought by bodybuilders who are just drinking it for the gains. and really weird guys who are drinking it for other reasons.
They have breast milk cheese that they sell in New York.
It's kind of wild, actually. Jeez.
Yeah. Praise
There
capitalism.
are people who will milk bears for crying out loud. That's a thing,
Sounds-
apparently.
I didn't know that was a thing. That sounds wild.
It's really expensive. That's my understanding of it, though.
I imagine, given the danger, I imagine so.
Yeah, it's almost as good for you as bull milk.
I think bull milk's referring to something else, but okay.
As far from a danger to nutrition ratio, it does beat out tiger milk, which I think was the previous best for you milk.
Question: why are we milking animals?
When have we ever not milked animals? Honest question.
Are you sure that wasn't a common thing to do?
In this world, it is either milk or be milked.
Jesus. Who said that?
This bear wrestling match took a different turn. Explains the Baldur's Gate 3 thing. Yep.
Looking forward to what game they're gonna make next.
Yeah, but what? Oh, the Baldur's Gate guys?
Yeah, Larian.
Yeah. You know, the Fallout guys who are originally the guys who are originally making Baldur's Gate 3.
You mean Obsidian or
No. Like back
because a lot of the guys from
the original guys, Interplay.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Can you imagine being the guy now, after Baldur's Gate 3 released and did as well as it did? Can you imagine being the guy who said, we're gonna have to cancel Baldur's Gate 3, actually? Can you imagine being that guy?
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing with Baldur's Gate 3 is, I think it's a fine game, but it doesn't seem to be too different from 1 and 2. You can just do more stuff. Like there's more options.
Well, yeah, and that's what it would have been even back then. My main point is, can you imagine being the guy that said we need to cancel Baldur's Gate 3? The first two sold well. Oh, by the way, same year, the same year they canceled Fallout 3. Interplay. The tragedy that is Interplay is incredible to listen to, by the way.
Wasn't it Brotherhood?
Huh?
Wasn't it Brotherhood or Fallout Tactics? Huh?
No, that was not Fallout 3.
Okay.
Fallout Tactics, I think, is typically put down as like an okay game, and that's why it actually shows up on stuff.
Okay.
Fallout 3, like the game formerly known as, like formerly regarded as Fallout 3, like in all of the stuff, like all the like pre-development and stuff and all that, that game got canceled.
Van Buren, yeah.
Yeah, Van Buren, somebody had to do that. Somebody had to say to the dev team to that game that Fallout 3 is getting canceled. Can you imagine not even being the guy that pulled the trigger, being one of the devs after all that rolled out? My understanding is that Tactics was good enough that, like, it was good enough. That's what Tactics was. That's what I know about it, at least. But seriously though, can you imagine being the guy that cancels both Fallout 3 and Baldur's Gate 3. Like, in hindsight. Like, that just gives some real, that could have been ours energy, you know?
I don't know if that is entirely the case. Obviously the team did a great job. Larian, I don't know.
I know. I'm not even like. I hope it doesn't come off like I'm giving them like Larian any issues. I'm mostly talking about interplay here.
Yeah. I don't know. Interplay. I don't know.
Like, yeah, Fallout's in a terrible state now, but it makes money. It makes too much money, and that's the problem. Only poor people can make good content. I'm sorry. I don't know how anybody looks at the show and thinks of themselves like this is the greatest thing ever. My favorite will always be the fans who are just so filled with Stockholm syndrome. They just refuse to admit that something in a franchise that they like isn't all that good.
You mean the show?
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't good.
My main problem with the show is they tried to humanize a ghoul.
Yeah.
That's just not okay. I mean, I don't hate ghouls or anything. I just don't think it's very good for our culture to be putting them on a pedestal like that.
I think it's perfectly fine to hit the ghouls. They're not human. You shouldn't show them any consideration.
Let's see, that show actually ruins so much about the universe. Don't know how anyone can stand it. Oh, the retcons are terrible. I'm very convinced that Bethesda is extremely salty about anything that they didn't make in Fallout. Like, anything but Bethesda Fallout is just like Todd wants it gone. Which, by the way, is one of the... I'm sorry. Okay, I really want you to ask that question. How on earth is starting a nuclear war making you money? What is the value here? Like, okay, look. Vault-Tec being evil and wanting to, like, create a new world order by starting a nuclear war, that's one thing. And even then, I think Vault-Tec was actually effectively run by the federal government in that case, so it actually makes a lot of sense how that whole thing worked out, but like, you're trying to make money here, you know? You're not trying to perform all kinds of unethical experiments or create a new world order of America's elite. You're just trying to make money? Like, I don't see what the actual economic gain is here.
Yes, canonically, the first ones to shoot were the Chinese in Fallout. And Tim Kaine had to come out to say that, and he also had to come out to say that it was not about capitalism.
It was never about capitalism. Fallout was never a criticism of capitalism. It was a criticism of freaking the constant anxiety that everybody has in the wake of the creation of the nuclear bomb. It's kind of a universal problem that we all kind of fear these days, deep down inside, because we know just how easily it could all collapse on us.
It wasn't about that either. It was about how, it was literally just war.
Oh, yeah.
And how
That too.
humanity, regardless of war,
regardless of the times, people tend to be about the same regardless. Yeah.
Yeah. Regardless.
They're equally
during
awful
war,
no matter where they come from. Oh. Oh, you have a nice night, Bird. Ah, fuck. Well, I guess I may as well just let Quiver and finish this guy off then. This might take a minute or 5. That's actually the funny thing. Capitalism is probably the first thing that ends up recovering in post-apocalypse. In Fallout, the modern capitalists are the water barons. Okay. Right. Come on. What are you cutting down the tree for? He's almost dead!
your pal's having a problem there?
Freaking got one-shotted by, I decided to fight the Yorming Tide. It one-shotted me. He did not find my current attempts interesting. Regardless, they're basically the guys who had all the water. Yes, I could set my... Well, it wouldn't give me the option because I couldn't open up the floor menu. I tried to open up the menu, but I don't think it worked. I think my pals are set to aggressive. I can't remember, though. We'll set it to attack aggressively. Actually, what level is this guy? Only 45! There, guys. I need to upgrade my armor. That's the problem. That was close. I didn't feel like catching it, okay? Those geyser guys kind of mean. Actually, it is always kind of funny how often, like, people try to make something and, like, they have it as, like, a like they try to make it a weird critique of capitalism, but it ends up never really working as that.
I don't think it's too weird. I just think it's a little bit pathetic.
It's constant these days. Like, seriously, everything nowadays, it feels like. That's what they're going
Not to
for.
not to get too much into politics stuff, but like they don't understand what the concept of capitalism is. So you can't
Oh, they
properly
never do.
criticize something. Yeah, but here's the larger concern I have. If you truly care, you would put the effort into trying to understand what it is you're talking about.
The reality is nobody in the modern age actually cares about much of anything. Most people nowadays just want to hear their buzzwords. That really is the takeaway from a lot of it. They want their buzzwords that are easy to understand, that you don't really need to think too hard about. Because most people just don't want to think at all.
To me, it just seems a little bit odd. Like, if they're going to do that, they're going to just live their existence based on lies. Because if you're not going to actually try to understand how something works,
A lot
to
of
address it
people
properly.
will gladly take a pleasant lie over a hard truth.
Yes. But the thing is, what they're doing at the end of the day is being inefficient.
It's not really about the efficiency that they care about, though.
I know. But if you actually cared about getting something done, now I know what the root of this problem is. They don't really care at all. Like you said, they want to have their buzzwords. But if they had cared,
We'd probably be in a much better spot if
They-
they did care.
they'd be completely inefficient. Yeah, the fact that they don't really care at all is the problem.
It's why I stress. I think Starship Troopers had the best political system in all of fiction. Service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, I think that's acceptable.
No one is born a citizen either.
Look at the movie. I think the movie is where the quote came from. Unless I'm mistaken. Like, I didn't read the book.
I don't know. It doesn't really matter too much. The main idea behind the Starship Troopers political system is basically the only people who are allowed to vote and hold political office are veterans. Like, people who have served in the armed forces. I just think on a fundamental level, that would produce a much better, people who are, at the very least, they're willing to show that they have skin in the game, you know?
Those are exactly the words I was going to use. That if you have skin in the society, if you're invested into it, it makes sense that you are the one who can make some decisions in that society. If you're not invested, well, why would you be the one to make any decision?
Because Heinlein didn't have kind things to say about athletes and celebrities throwing their hats in the political ring. Let's talk about athletes and celebrities in the political ring. Ugh. I agree. Honestly. I'm not really the biggest fan of Archcast, admittedly, but... Ugh. But it's just a lot easier to care when you realize that when you also deal with the fact that you will never be forced to go to war, you know? Or at the very least that you will most likely never have Like you'll never have to, no matter how things go. Here's a complex geopolitical conflict affecting millions. Let's hear from Kanye. You don't want to hear what Kanye has to say about anything most of the time. It's trust me, please. But I could make a joke about what I think Kanye would say, but I don't want to get banned from Twitch.
Can he get banned from Twitch, or was it Twitch, or was it somewhere else?
Everywhere, but that's aside from the point.
Mm.
The joke here is Kanye says a lot of things about people who you really shouldn't make jokes about. I mean, don't get me wrong, Kanye is clearly a genius, but still. Apparently he can see sound. Like apparently that's an actual, like, weird condition that you can have.
I've heard of people who say they can taste sound. Like it's
Maybe it was the tasting. I don't know. All I know is he has some weird neurological condition. Guy has been off the meds for a very long time.
Yeah, I've never heard about, seeing sound. I mean, if I want to see sound, I'll play something near water. I'll see the ripples.
Nah, it's the... Oh, he has a few different conditions. Let's not kid ourselves when it comes to Kanye. Let's just remember. This is Kanye West we're talking about. This is the guy who named his child Northwest. What a mean name to get. Have you ever noticed how all these celebrities give their children really mean names? Yeah, you know, like names where it's like you are going to get bullied so hard. You can't tell me I'm wrong.
I'm not saying it.
No one can tell me I'm wrong. Because they know I'm speaking only the truth. No, they can't give a kid a chance. That is just that's just how they roll. It's the wacky world that we live in. Yeah, Elon also has that one as well. I can't remember. I can't remember if that's the one that has disowned Elon, though. I know he has at least one kid that has disowned him, but I can't remember.
He's 4. He's the one that's like 4 years old, and he was a child of
Oh, okay.
that singer. I don't remember her name. She's not important.
Beyonce? I don't know.
No, I didn't think it was Beyonce.
I don't know. It's like the only singer that I can think of. But then again, I'm still thinking about Kanye, so that's fair.
Yes, that's the one. Insanely hostile.
One of those letters isn't even in the English alphabet. Come on! You're gonna name your child something that they don't even that no other kid will ever be able to write. Oh, there's another classic one. Jeez. Wait, she wanted to give him a genderless name because he wasn't old enough to identify as anything. Then pick a gender neutral name, like, okay? Like, name your kid Alex. There you go. Boom. Could be literally anything. Right? That is true. Grimes is... Yeah. Many
artists are not old there.
You know what I blame? I blame Hollywood. I blame Hollywood, and I blame that darn casting couch. They never clean it properly.
Yeah, artists have always been crazy.
That couch has seen some things. Yeah, a lot of those things might have been underage, so that couch might be a witness to a lot of horrible crimes.
Jesus.
We all know Harvey was a very disgusting man. Also Dan Schneider, but did Dan Schneider ever get like, you know, did he ever get in like any serious trouble or?
I don't know. I never read up on that.
Like, do we just have to live with only the comfort that Dan Schneider will probably never have, like, a major job in Hollywood again? Or is it like... Yeah, the foot guy.
The foot guy?
Yeah, the foot guy.
Oh, he's a foot guy too?
They're
Who's
all
that film
foot
actor?
guys! Come on! It's Hollywood, baby!
Tarantino? He's also like a big foot guy.
Foot guys are the thing in Hollywood! That's how you know you're doing something with your life.
And so you know you've made it, you start just looking at feet differently.
Yeah. Dan Schneider was a total creep. Ugh. And that's the really sad part about it, by the way. The fact that, like I said, I feel like we're getting like way too heavy with some of these conversation topics, but whatever.
I don't think it's too heavy. We're talking about feet weirdos. It's fine.
That is fair.
Isn't that like 50% of the VTuber industry these days?
That is true. That
it's
is
like
true.
VTubers either they run out of cash and they're like either they have to sell feet pics or they have to make their model have bigger tits.
Dan was working in like television, specifically in children, like you know, younger kids, teen programming. You know, like we weren't like this wasn't like, you know. This is stuff where, like, you know, the likelihood that it is a creep working on it is probably a bit higher than any of us should feel comfortable with. Especially now that we know about Hollywood today, you know?
That's Hollywood.
Like, Miranda Cosgrove has some stories, I hear.
I don't know who that is.
She was one of the co-stars of iCarly.
Oh. I remember once reading something about that show.
I'm pretty sure she wrote a book about it, actually.
Yeah, I remember once reading something about that show.
All I'm saying is she really wanted to burn this stuff down. That's how bad it was. Like, seriously.
Flashbacks to Nicklin. Oh, that's true. It was a foot.
I hear that Dan Schneider actually was not involved in that. That is just a happy accident. So I've been told.
Well, maybe he wasn't.
So I've been told.
If he was a weird foot guy, maybe somebody else was a weird foot person too there, so.
That's the thing. That's the thing about foot people, you know?
It's their stomping grounds.
They are living among us. It could be any one of us.
Oh, Jesus.
It could be you. It could be me. It could even be... Let's see, who was the celebrity that was angry at his mom for costing opportunities until he realized that she was shielding him? That's the thing that's so uncomfortable about children's television, like the fact that you kind of realize it, especially when you get older, and like you start watching more of it, like in hindsight, and you're just like, oh.
Yeah.
You know, like when I'm looking at, you know, like I'm watching that one episode of Drake and Josh where they had that bet, and they both lost the bet and had to dye their hair pink, and then I have to start going through the catalog of fetishes to see what exactly Dan Schneider was looking up on the internet that week.
Oh,
But there
jeez.
was no internet because that was back when the internet was for nerds only. Anyways.
I come up with this design here for the base, where I've elevated the ground so you can fit boxes underneath, but they don't stick out.
Nice.
Yeah. It's nice to have this kind of design. It's like diegetic. What's the word? Well, how would I put it?
We should bring back cowboys. I think that's the real solution.
Cowboys are gone.
Yeah, we need to bring back cowboys. That's how we'll fix the cultural crisis that we're going through.
I believe it may require
No
more
more
than cowboys.
doctors! We don't need any more doctors. We have too many doctors. Professional cowboys. Who do nothing all day but look cool in saloons and fight varmints. That's all.
Where'd the name varmint come from?
I have
The word.
no clue. Probably
a
just
funny
some
word.
probably just some old west slang.
I wonder where words come from
Yeah,
sometimes.
that's the problem. We keep getting influencers. Everybody wants to grow up to be an influencer now. No, we don't have enough kids who want to grow up to be cowboys. I'll tell you, one random no-name guy makes a song about not letting your babies grow up to be cowboys, and suddenly everybody takes it seriously.
Alrighty, I'm pretty happy with this base. It looks pretty. It looks good. There's a hole over there. I'm gonna fill that hole.
Then watch the boost sharpshooting vids. I don't even have to watch those vids. I can just choose to live that if I want to. It's the important thing to remember.
I love how these guys are just like offset. I see these pals that are squirting water, but from like really far away. I'm concerned here.
Nah, they're just sharpshooting. That's all. They're doing target practice. But their aim gets worse when you watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, here you are. So yeah, you can see the base looks pretty. Putting little
They got
the
better
berries in the
greedy,
front.
okay? Just, you know.
Oh, they have to get over it.
Ah, I didn't know that you got a badge for making a lot of clips on Twitch.
Batch?
No, there's a badge for it.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that. I gotta make more of them. I have to stop deleting mine.
Well, I
You
don't
just
know
make
for sure
them
if
so I
you
can
get
put
them
them
if you
on.
make them up for your own channel. I think it's more of like a viewer thing, but
Oh yeah, for others. I paid
Yeah.
quite a few.
yeah, Windier has the badge because
How many do you have to make for the badge?
I think it's just that I think he's made the most clips on my channel. I think that's really all of it.
Okay.
For what it's worth, Windier, you've been doing a great job on clipping. You're doing the work that I'm too lazy to do.
It's not. It's actually quite.
Most of the clips come from the KOTOR streams, so that is. Ah,
I'll
most
take a look
feed
later.
clips. Look, Windier, don't worry. I know I know that the KOTOR is like the reason why you started watching me in the first place. Yeah, it's true. I don't know what it is about the KOTOR streams specifically, but they just have so many good moments in them.
It's a good game.
Like that one clip from last night after where I was just like, oh, the AI constantly cheats in this game, and I'm trying to play Pazak so I could win some guy's slave off of him, so that I could then use her to get free money. And then after I said the AI cheats, I just win instantly. Flawless victory, and I don't even have to like put any effort in. Just happens.
Why are the monkeys doing this? Silly monkeys.
He was not a paid actor, I promise. It's still gonna remain as one of the weirdest. I've never had such a complete, an absolute win like that in Pazak. That game is freaking rigged. I still stand by my opinion on it. Yeah, I did. Honestly, it's been a lot of fun though, right, playing KOTOR. How is EP insanely hostile? You also have to remember that I did just get done with like a 5-hour shift where I was kind of walking around a lot, moving boxes around, getting stuff moved all over. It's just this. Okay. I'm still gonna stand by my position. Tansy got robbed.
Why do you say that?
He didn't do very well in the PAL popularity poll.
Oh, he's just a monkey.
But it's a monkey with an AK! Also,
That's
bro,
dangerous.
let's just comment on how you need to make beds.
No, let them suffer.
They're not as
I'll make them-
efficient when you make them suffer like that.
I'm gonna make them work harder to make up for their inefficiency. There we go.
And they're just gonna
Work
start
super hard.
refusing to work.
That's fine. I'll make the beds eventually. I was gonna make it somewhere. I just didn't wanna. I don't want to go off the edge, and I'm a little particular about these kinds of things. So
I mean, for
I will.
what it's worth, I will be back to doing my my regular job. I'm mostly gonna be cooking like usual. Cause you gotta
Cooking?
remember, I'm considered unskilled. Oh, I'm also gonna be keeping kids in line, so that's gonna be fun.
You're a babysitter too.
Kinda, yeah.
Oh,
Feels like it sometimes when you're working with teenagers all the time. You wanna know what the worst part about working with teenagers is too?
you can't understand their language. Oh wait, you're younger than I am.
Nah, I can understand the language just fine. I know what they're calling me. Alright, I know most of the bad words in Japanese, so I know what the person is, what the random salarymen are saying behind my back. Nah, actually, I gotta. The godless fact that I have to be very particular about when everybody gets breaks because the kids have child labor laws and other stupid stuff in there. I miss the days when you just took a kid in a coal mine and then you used them as a way to you use them as a way to figure out whether or not it was the CO2 levels were too high because the kid would just pass out because of their
Seriously? That's fucked
small,
up.
inefficient lungs. Actually, they used birds for that because it was a lot faster for them to die.
Right. That's why I thought like those birds, the canaries.
Lion fan. You have a nice night, Sipo. The super young workers just work in family restaurants now. Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, in my personal opinion, you should definitely have your kids work.
It wasn't abnormal for kids to work before.
I don't think there's anything wrong with kids working. It also
No.
helps instill them good values like a decent work ethic and the ability to follow basic instructions.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Gen Alpha doesn't have the ability to follow basic instructions though.
It's a good way of letting them know, like, look, nothing is easy. You should be happy with what you
It's a
have.
good thing to note the hippies lost because Gen Alpha is too dumb to know how to follow basic instructions. Or respect other people's stuff. Can we talk about the Phantom Tax? Can we talk about how the Phantom Tax is destroying society? Oh, but you don't know what the Phantom Tax is, do you, Umbra? 'Cause
No.
you're old.
I am. I'm dying. Uh-oh. Where's my guy not fighting hard enough? Why is the Masanda coming after me? Oh, shoot. Okay. I'm getting out of here.
What are they talking about? Phantom Tax, right. They'll just break it down for all the boomers in the audience. The Phantom Tax is when you steal food from your friend.
Okay.
The term originated because some guy named Phantom, I don't really know what the full story with that guy was, would always steal food from his friends. He was an awful friend.
Yeah, you don't steal from friends.
You at least say something like, like you at least drop like something. You at least try to be nice about it, just be like, like you walk up to them and just be like, bitch, can you get me a fry? Or something like that,
So they just steal.
Yeah, they don't even ask. That's the thing. And I don't care for friends. Anyways. Right, you steal my stuff, It's not gonna end well. Ah, what happened? Oh, something got just a little bit too close. And now it's suffering for its stupidity.
To the base.
Yeah.
Good.
Didn't last long. That's what you're wondering.
I don't think it's gonna last long.
The joke is that nothing lasts long. Yeah, and that's another thing! And that's another thing! And then somebody's gonna be like, how in the world do you borrow a fry? But that's a Boondocks reference, so in reality it doesn't matter. You know.
It's true, it is a Boondocks reference.
Hmm?
It's true, it is a Boondocks reference. What is this here? Oh, it's just a statue.
My favorite part about that joke is how really into it the teacher got.
Right, it was a teacher who was being told like he was using words he wasn't supposed to use.
For what it's worth, I'll give the teacher the benefit of the doubt. He's confused, but he's got spirit. Guy kind of just got caught up in the you know, kids say the darndest thing, you know.
Oh, get away from me! Don't explode.
Oh yeah, no, I know that was based on a real event. My favorite part about it is how little of that was from the Boondocks. Like just how much of that was just verbatim what the teacher said.
That is from a real event.
Yes.
That's silly.
The vast majority of, like, if you watch the two things side by side, the vast majority of it is like just verbatim what the teacher said.
Interesting.
Oh my god, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. I've never heard the N-word said by a white guy so much in all of my life. I'm sorry, improv.
What? I'm just not really sure how to you know.
I feel like I'm being a little bit too lively tonight. That's the problem.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh, that's perfect. I'm just not really sure how to follow up with that that story.
You don't need to.
That's also the case, yeah.
Some things are too beautiful. You don't need to follow them up. To follow them up would actually be disrespectful to the greatness that we have witnessed. The teacher is voiced by Fred Ward. I don't know who that is. Waiting for the inevitable. You don't know who that is? Comment. For what it's worth, we all end up on that end of things at some point.
So, what do you
Yeah,
think of this
like
whole Cinder thing? It's been a week.
Oh, the Cinder thing. I don't know. I don't really watch drama too much. So it's just like.
What do you think about the wider industry, where it's not exactly uncommon in this industry for them to?
Oh,
to
for
just
people
use
to just be universally terrible?
Yeah.
I think it's disgusting, personally. I've had issues with this for a while, by the way, about the industry. Like, the fact that people in the industry have a bit of a tendency to be just very quick to just throw people away because they're inconvenient.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I always stress one thing. When it comes to my friends, I want to be right or die. Yeah, no, it's English VTubers being English VTubers. Offense not taken, because I am one of them people. Come on. I think I've gotten enough people being surprised to hear that I'm white that I can I can say.
Oh God, you're white? What kind of white? Are we talking like off-white or like bleached white?
Like bleached white. It's pretty bad. Now, is that a joke or?
Yeah.
Okay. But I freaking lost track. Yeah, but my point is that, like, you know, in the EN VTuber community, there's just so many awful people who are so quick to do that. I really want to be ride or die when it comes to my friends.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
having friends is good.
Oh, Instantly Hostile, thank you for the 12 months. Jeez, 12 months, a whole year right there. And that's only for the sub. Yeah, but like, I don't really care what goes down, you know? Even when my friends, like, start having issues, I really just don't want to end up, like... I'm not a side taker, you know? Like, if anything, I just want to make sure that I'm sticking by the people who I believe will stick by me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Even if some people can be a little bit inconvenient at times. But the truth of the matter is, I know I'm the inconvenient one. I'm the inconvenient one. Not even gonna deny it, jeez.
I'm just fucking with you. Let's see if I stay quiet. How long until she says something? I'm just being a dick, and I'm proud of it. But I think it's fun. I think it's curious. It's interesting. Like, this is somebody who had done very well for themselves. There was somebody who you know, they didn't have to be hyper competitive. They had friends around them that were in the same field, which, you know, when you have friends,
that were
that's great.
also people who are doing pretty well for themselves. Let's not forget that part as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even like you got big and, you know, you're bigger than all your friends, so you're just like, well, I don't need you people anymore, cause, you know, I'm big and I can just, you know, I can swing my thing around and nobody'll see.
Did you not hear about the about Shy Lily's response, where she just goes,
"Yeah, and you freaking
you know, you're welcome, by the way." Yeah.
Like, Shy Lily's freaking massive.
Yeah, I mean, she was like, but she was talking about how, where she wasn't too subtly saying she got a lot of opportunities because of the people she was around.
That's the thing. Like, one thing that I will say, when you're in, like, content creation in general, nothing matters more. Well, okay, maybe not more, but an extremely important part of being a content creator is your circle, the people that you surround yourself with. They make a big difference. And I'm astonished there's so many people who just don't understand this fact. Like, it's not even really, and don't get me wrong, for me, like, I do mean it when I say I want to be a ride or die. It's not about, like, you know, it's not really about having those friends to be used as assets. It's about just having those friends to have friends, you know?
Yep. Well, like when people live their lives, at some point, things kind of get rough. And that's the beautiful thing, is that you can look around you and see the friends you have, and you know you've built those relationships.
Dude, you know what feels good? When you have people in your life who you know... When you have somebody to just DM you and ask, hey, is everything okay? I saw you posted something a little bit worrying and venting. You want to talk? Like, I don't think some people really fully understand just how far that goes. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about having an entourage to these people. People that make you look better. Or people who you can name drop for stuff. In my personal opinion, there is no more scummy behavior than name dropping. Like name dropping and nothing else, you know? Because at that point, you're just using them. Like, I've got some friends who I'd consider to be pretty decent sized, you know? Like, I know people who pull in numbers, but I wanna, like, I wanna use that.
Well, it's in poor taste to do that.
Exactly. It's like, at that point, it's one of those, are you my friend because I have money situations, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. The most important thing I always try to remind myself, and trust me, numbers intimidate me. They really do.
I know.
I've I've interacted with some pretty high profile people. It's like I've even interacted with people that I watch, you know, like when you go like, you know, you go through that thing and you're just like, I used to watch you, you know, and like, you know, we're talking here, you know, like that's kind of a moment there. And I know like on the internet that's not as uncommon as you think it is. But it's like I don't want it to just be that hollow though. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Arithmophobe. Shut up, Grease! Anyways.
What is it?
Yeah, that's, sorry, kind of a rant there.
Arithmophobia? Let's listen. Is that a fear of numbers?
Friggin' Vita, he's Vita true.
With that. An irrational and excessive fear of numbers or mathematics. Yeah, okay.
My math is very good off stream, okay? It's the streamer debuff, okay? It's the I'm live and everything counts because people are watching. That is what I'm gonna say. That's the story I'm gonna stick with. Shut up! Anyways. But you know what? Fine. I'll admit something here. I'll admit. I don't do math equations for fun. I know. I know. Shocking. Horrifying thought.
Not doing math for fun? Scandalous. Revoke her nerd card.
Never claimed to have one.
Double scandalous.
You know, meanwhile, everybody watching me in the freaking meticulously building my character in KOTOR. Look, call me whatever you want, but geek is a slur.
It is, yes. I'll be right back.
Like seriously, geek is like the worst thing in the world. Geeks are the reason why the world sucks. That's just the truth. Like, we'd be so much better off if the geeks just stayed in their weird little stupid clubs that aren't real. Because they're too afraid to engage with the world. The day that the geek rose from his hovel is the day that the world began to collapse. We need to shove them in more lockers. The Secret Snake Club are real ones. Alright, they were real ones. Even if I definitely think that when it comes down to religions that I can say are probably like I can say with maybe like 40% certainty it is fake. I'm just being honest, guys. Gotta remember, the truth hurts.
I do recall on the Geek versus Nerds, I once told someone who was making fun of nerds that he was a nerd because of his enthusiasm for sports, and he was deeply offended by that.
I don't really worry about nerds as much as geeks, though. Like, that's kind of my thing.
Well, it's only a nerd is just for like enthusiastic for something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you love hockey, you're a hockey nerd. Like if you're like really into it, right?
Yeah. The problem with geeks that I hate about geeks are posers.
Elaborate.
Geeks are typically only interested in the current, like in the thing, you know, like the current thing that everybody's obsessed with. They're the ones that buy the Funko Pops and the other things that nobody really cares about. They're the ones who will express more than anything that, oh my god, I'm so into this thing that everybody else is into. Yeah, they're fad chasers. They're fad chasers pretending that they're part of something, when in reality, they're not actually part of anything. Nobody cares!
This just makes me. This reminds me like how George Carlin talks about certain subjects.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it does. I love it.
I suppose there was a time when I did want to be a comedian. I still could probably never do stand-up, though.
Would you get scared in front of everybody?
No, it's one of those things where, like, you know, like when the silence comes in, you know, it's... it'd be too much. It'd be too much. Are all scalpers also geeks? Yes. Scalpers are geeks.
Are they? Or are they like financial nerds?
No, financial nerds, like play the stock market. Geeks just take the obvious targets. Cause scalping is just an obvious target situation.
Wait, did you grab the spheres here? Are they arrows?
Oh yeah, the arrows are in the arrows are in the chest, the metal chest, in the middle.
Oh, okay. You grab it. Because I have to kill more stuff.
I needed fabric, cloth, whatever.
The one that you, the simple one, or the one that you have for 10 for the big beds?
A regular one. I was making a saddle.
I sell this schematics. I don't think we need them for anything, do we?
Schematics.
They're just there.
I don't like tossing them because they're not really something that we can just make more of, but I guess for the most part, most of them are useless.
Yeah, we could just sell the schematics.
Sell all the commons, at least.
I mean, like the armor and the handgun are going to be very quickly replaced. Do we?
If you haven't bitten the head off of a chicken for a circus audience, you're not a real geek. You know what? True. True.
So for the wool, do you need it like it takes 10 wool to make, or do you need like
Oh, I already
the more
made
common
it.
wool?
I already made one.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay.
I just needed to get a saddle for Azorobe because I needed a because I want to go to Faybreak.
Okay. Where's that?
Far, far to the south.
Okay.
In the shadow of Mount Obsidian. That's the original definition of geek. By the way, doing bizarre acts for carnivals. You know what? I think it checks out. I think it checks out. Because geeks are the ultimate pick-me's. They want so desperately to be a part of something that they're willing to degrade themselves by buying questionable amounts of garbage that they'll never actually use. Like Funko Pops. The Funko Pop is the ultimate status symbol of the geek. Let's be honest.
There's an emerald here. Are they useful for anything besides being sold? It just says a gemstone that glows green can be sold to a merchant for a high price.
Yeah, just it's meant to be sold. If it says it
Okay.
can be sold for a high price, it's meant to be sold.
I'll just sell it then. Because some of the stuff is like it's just there.
You know, they say this is supposed to be the fastest swimming mount, and this is still really slow. How do you use a Funko Pop? You don't. That's why Funko Pops are worthless. You don't use a Funko Pop. You get a Funko Pop to put on a shelf to let everybody know just how much you love the current thing that everybody's into.
I don't
When
know
a
what
new
Funko Pops are
property
good for.
comes out, you buy the Funko Pop for it.
I'm not sure what they're even good for. It's just a waste of money.
They're not good for anything.
It doesn't have like an aesthetic to it either. Like
No, they don't even have collector's value.
no.
Fumos are the ultimate weeb status symbol. One day they may replace the Funko Pop, however, as the common market takes yet another wonderful thing from us. The tragedy of the commons. But that's not really what we're talking about here, because the tragedy of the commons is actually commenting on how something basically being owned by everybody typically results in that thing being loved by nobody.
Oh, it's if you have a common land, in the example, your neighbor's going to try and get more out of it, and you end up with less.
Typically, we tend to talk more about IP rights in this regard. Because at least in the case of a common land, you're required to actually care because of the fact that, you know, you live there. Like, we're just talking about something where, like, there's no explicit need, you know?
The issue with the comment, everyone tries to exploit it, and then it becomes essentially ruined.
Yeah, pretty much.
You build the money there.
Over. 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 This place is really dangerous.
You there with your genetically perfect pals.
Well, you gotta remember they're not max level yet, so. And everything here's like level 50 plus.
Still perfect. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the farm, put some
But
wheat
yes,
down.
the Uber pals are very strong, but at the same time, you gotta remember. Levels can make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, don't get me wrong. Funko Pops, I do agree, are probably gonna die soon.
There's already been some articles written about how they are, besides them being useless, they're worthless.
Funko
So
Pops being useless or what? No, I could never envision that.
I mean, like, people are starting to actually write about it, so I'm hoping to see the tiers soon.
Funko Pops have more value than anything you could possibly imagine.
Yes, that's why people have Funko rooms.
God. I'm gonna be honest, it's like, you know, how to tell if somebody's opinion doesn't matter. They have a wall of Funko Pops! That's how you know to not listen to whatever this person has to say in a YouTube video. 1 or 2 is whatever, you know? That's whatever. I'm not even gonna give you that because, like, you know, you can at least say that is it was a gift, you know? It has some sentimental value because a friend of mine who's no longer with us gifted it to me, and it's just, you know, yeah, that's whatever, okay? But those people that have all the Funko Pops. Those are the ones that are not to be trusted. Those are the ones that need to learn the word too much. That is tragic here, actually. Tragic for them, not me! Ah, good to hear that Funko is dead. Or at least dying, you know.
No, it's definitely gonna die.
Welcome
Unless
back,
there's anything else.
Thunderbird. The speed at which I can go from being happy for the death of a company I don't really care for, and then, you know, greeting someone. How about? Oh! Oh, never mind. Found the anti-air zone. Where's the darn anti-air tower? Be thankful I'm doing this now, Umbra.
What are you doing?
Taking out the anti-air towers in Daybreak.
Why would I be grateful?
Because it makes getting around Daybreak a lot easier.
Maybe I don't want to get around easy. Maybe I want to have a difficult time. Did you think about that?
I'm doing it for your own good. Now drink your soy.
No, what the fuck? Where did that come up from?
You know, doing
I-
things for your, doing things for your own good.
Look, oh, you hear that? She's just abusing me, chat. That's not
I
what
was
I'm gonna
kind of
make.
thinking more like a WEF joke, but whatever.
Oh, let's hear it.
Well, it just, it seems like something the WEF would say about it. One benefit, though, of the anti-air towers, though, is that they do kind of make you think a little bit more about how to explore the area.
Nope.
No, there they are. Also, Bay Break's a pretty good place to grind levels.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Oh my god, a Chillit Ignis! That is actually exactly something I needed. Ah, frick! My spooter's dead! Oh, this isn't good at all.
Are they difficult because they're higher level, or
Really
is it something
high
else that makes
level.
them?
Also, they do take
Okay.
a little bit less damage than I think they normally do. Oh, they also have freaking heat-seeking missile launchers.
That
And I
sounds
don't
cool.
know if it's really heat-seeking so much as just aim hacks. They will circle you and just until they explode if you're flying. It's terrible. Zero room for adjustment. Well, that's another thing about the Funko Pops as well to keep in mind. They don't dispose properly. You ever try
Just
shoving one of
possible.
those in the garbage disposal?
No, because I don't buy them.
The grinding sound is horrible.
Horrible how?
It's like the same sound that you get when you try to throw like a rat in it, you know?
I've never tried putting a rat in them.
You're just not living, that's the problem. Thank you for the follow, Haiji.
I mean, I have some pretty
Yeah.
terrible stories, but they're not good for Twitch. Involving pest disposal.
Hey, Lindier. Hey, Lindier. You know what? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna copy paste this one because I think this one might be one of my favorite bot messages. Because wait. I'm trying to figure out what all is going on here, because at the end there, the person is just, let's Ken up on Discord. Daltech, I guess.
Is it the bot that says like, "Hey, I really like your stuff"?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had that. It's just a bot.
Like, let's Ken up on Discord. What even is that? I don't even know what they're going for.
I have no idea. I mean, I fell for it when I was streaming
Oh, you fell for it?
last week. I was responding to them like, "Oh, hey, thank that means a lot." Oh, wait, you're a fucking bot. Fuck you.
Don't worry. I weep for the bots, for God cannot see their suffering.
It's like a fun game. Like, they make bots. I make words to block the bots. I laugh at their suffering. Like, they're just wasting money at that point.
Again, I really don't know what the end game is for the bots half the time. It really is just one of those. I don't know what the gains here are.
It's just a scam. I mean, so like, they just want your money.
I guess they just want your Discord so they can, like, send you weird messages.
You can scam the rest of your friends.
Well, yeah, but you can't get access to the person's Discord without, like, My best guess is they're probably trying to put you on, like, get you put on a list or something, like, and then that they'll sell to someone. I have no
Maybe.
clue. I thought it was German too. That's what kind of threw me off there. I was just like, oh, that's a word. Word.
Why are the press so aggressive on their low levels?
Wait, what?
The depresso just like pissed off at me. It's like, you're level 4, buddy. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to me?
I
Nothing.
just kind of always figured Depresso just didn't have the will,
Do you think it's suicide by cop and like, this guy's high level? Let me throw myself on my sword to him.
That'd be almost tragic, but it might make sense. No caffeine, no reasons to live. They have a caffeine addiction,
Yeah, I've seen the ability. Go level up. I got a big mood. Make onions. I can make large pal beds now.
Can I almost get a chill at Ignis saddle? The frick is that emote? I gotta say, I love the default emotes on Kick. You want me to tell you why you should stream on Kick? It's not because you're gonna actually get people to watch you. It's not because you're trying to protect yourself against the potential for just getting banned off of every platform that you're on.
Okay.
It's not even about mirroring streams so that you can make really questionable comments and still be able to have a VOD out there. It's about those darn Kick emotes.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, Kick has nice emotes. I like the Kick emotes. I don't know what the general consensus is on them, but I don't know, there's just something about them. I think they're neat.
God, I love capturing pals when they're asleep. Can you imagine? You fall asleep, you wake up, you're enslaved.
That's a pretty classic thing to have happened in history, actually. A lot of people have ended up, falling asleep one day and then waking up and, oh. And then you see a very tall man who is a different color than you gesturing for you to go break rocks for the next 15 hours.
I see.
We live in such a beautiful world. It's all just an ecosystem. It's all interconnected. The rocks that you break are also part of the circle of life.
Who's this guy? Supposed to be flying. There he is.
Ah, there's another thing. There's another thing that has not been, that has been pretty rare throughout human history. Slavery being illegal.
In English, set it up like pretty
Yeah, they
quickly
did.
because they
I
were enslaved
mean,
by the.
comparatively, I don't really know for sure if I'd say quickly, but you know.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess
well,
I
early
guess
on.
they were the first to do it, but like, it still took everybody a really long time to finally get over the whole, forced labor thing. But
I know your
it's a
boss.
part of their culture. It's, I'm not gonna go, I'm not gonna go off and then. All right, we are all God's children, and He loves us all equally, even the ones that have no rights.
Jesus.
Again, I apologize. I'm never like this. Or, I'm never like this.
I'm being an enabler. Yes. Blame me, chat. This is my fault. I accept it.
I am. I am. I am a. I am a. I'm. I don't know.
This is what being around Canadians does to you. You hang around people known for being war criminals too long, and then you start saying crazy stuff.
Well, I tend to say weird stuff in my solo streams as well, so I guess I can't really say too much.
Okay. I was gonna take the blame, but all right. It's not me, Chad. It's all her.
Wow, you really gonna pull that on me?
Absolutely.
Really gonna do that? Jeez. I'm starting to rethink this friendship.
I'll do it again. I regret nothing.
Everybody's just trying to kick me while I'm down.
Yeah.
Everybody's just over here like, oh, she's a perfectly innocent angel that would do no wrong. Let's go kick her again.
Yep. Let's do it again. Yeah, I'm just killing Squeeze.
I like Sweet.
It's a cute little hairy guy, yeah.
You know what? In my personal opinion, like little designs like that just are kind of nothing are wonderful.
You'd think the sweep will be pissed off me killing his Squeeze.
Probably. They are his children after all.
And yet he does nothing. He watches me kill them.
He knows there's nothing he can do.
And now he's captured. He shall live the rest of his days guilty of the knowledge he did nothing. While he toils away at my plantation.
Right. The issue, according to the North, using that convenient nomenclature with slavery was merely a system of I don't know what that word is. Servitude, one of the most benevolent systems of servitude in the world. Haven't heard that one. I haven't heard that quote before, but
Holy smokes.
I know you'll definitely see some very interesting opinions. But hey, it's like I said. We have free speech around here. That is the thing you should enjoy and abuse to your heart's content. People died so you could say very bad words. Alright? It'd be better if they let the pals sing songs while they work.
Jeez. Oh, jeez.
It's never finished. Master got me working. Sunday Master set me free.
Oh my goodness. I'm going to delete the VOD.
Well, chat, I won. Oh, but when South Park does it, it's edgy and dark humor.
Absolutely.
I swear, it's like seriously, like you do stuff, and suddenly everybody freaks out, but somebody else can do it, somebody with more clout than you, and suddenly, oh, that's perfectly fine. Then again, I'm pretty sure South Park is owned by Disney and Viacom, so I can understand why you'd want to delete the VOD after all. You don't want to get copyright claimed.
Surprise, surprise! People actually watch these VODs. I don't know why, but you know, I thought it was only on YouTube.
You'd be surprised when people pop up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm grateful for it.
Big boys coming in!
Yeah. I saw the raid.
They didn't last long.
They did not.
I like
And they
trying
were
to
starving.
kill them before even your own pals can even get around to attacking. It's okay, pals. We're going on a field trip. It always starts as a field trip until you're chained to a radiator. I'm just saying.
What's that a reference to?
I don't know. Most people probably don't even know what a radiator is. Like, when have you seen a new house built with a radiator? I haven't.
I grew up with one.
Huh?
We had one.
Yeah, my older sister had a radiator. I know what a radiator is. I'm just saying, though. Refresh the memory.
We just double check. Yeah, we had this, and I grew up with this in my house.
Yeah, it's just like the weird pipe thing that's on the wall.
Yeah, you have to bleed the pipe every once in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, I'm the old one here.
I don't know about the bleeding. I don't know about the bleeding the pipe thing. I just know about the radiator.
Yeah, you get a screwdriver and you just kind of turn it to let some of the pressure out.
All I know is it heats the house using black magic. Problem is, old housing is also way too expensive in the area that you live. Look, I'm sure at your price range we can find you a very nice cardboard box for $10,000.
It's becoming a new thing they want to do here.
What?
They want to sell people like cardboard modular homes to take care of the housing crisis.
That sounds dumber than the freaking card. That sounds dumber than the shipping container houses.
Yep.
My favorite part about the shipping container houses is the part where everybody forgets about the fact that you kind of need things like insulation and electricity, and it gets kind of difficult when you realize the kinds of standards that need to go into a house. Like, you don't just make a house, you know? Nothing's ever allowed to be so simple. It's just making it.
see what's around here.
Quality, I don't think this is the
Ooh, an
first time
effigy.
slave labor has appeared on my channel.
I'm pretty sure you've brought this up with Pal World before.
Everybody brings it up with Power World. There are a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
things that get brought up with Power World. Genocide and slave labor. Both are simply mechanics of the game. You can't avoid them. You can try, you can pretend they don't happen, but they happen. The level of eugenics I've been forced to participate in the name of genetic pal perfection is just something that makes me a little bit uncomfortable.
Is it? Does it really?
No, not
You didn't
really.
take pleasure in that? No. It could be worse when you condense them. You can have like a little animation where they paw at the glass for a while till you turn to sludge.
It looked like that thing in Mass Effect 2.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Like at
Yeah,
the
exactly.
end of Mass Effect 2, where like they just made the freaking human slushies.
Yes, it's exactly what I'm thinking about. You know,
Then you just inject it into the other pal. So like, how do you think it goes in? Do you think do you think it's like do you think they just eat it, or is it like, you just inject it
I
into
like
the
to think
pal?
I like to think it becomes like a mist and it just kind of sprinkles itself on the other one.
That'd be such an inefficient way of like doing that though.
I mean, you have one in one container, and the other one in another container.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It just feels kind of inefficient.
Maybe.
Like, aerosolizing it just doesn't make sense to me.
Or like it like fuses with them.
I don't feel like looking for the journals that talk about how the PAL condenser works.
Or are there? Oh, that sounds cool. Teleportation that way.
Hold on. I mean, I'm sure you can find it online. It's just like I don't know. I don't feel like looking for it in game.
I'll do it.
Let's see here. Journal entries. This game has a lot of lore. That's. Come on, did nobody post any of the stuff? Yeah, I'm not looking for it then. I'm not gonna go through. I already looked for all of the. I already looked for most of them in another save file, and I don't feel like looking for them. Also, I like how my community just is kind of caught on to the I don't delete content meme. And they can be somewhat impressed or horrified or whatever they want to consider it. And I think it's quite the accomplishment that I've managed to have enough self-respect or perhaps pride to just never delete anything. It's probably a bad call.
Couldn't find any information about it, so I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT. Doesn't really say either. It just
Yeah,
turns
I
into
know.
pal essence of it.
Yeah, but the pal. What is the pal essence? Is it like a drink? You
Some
know.
kind of it's some kind of like soul. They're like considered to be magical beings.
Well, yeah. Basically, they're consuming. Yeah, I get that. That's what an essence is kind of supposed to be. I mean, pals consume pal souls as well to gain buffs.
Yeah, I guess it rips their soul out then.
Yeah, but that's a different
They're
kind
gonna-
of buff. There's two types of buffs that a pal can receive. One is from using pal souls on them, and another is condensing them.
Yeah,
Gonna
I
find
like to
that
think
post
we're
that Rat from BT was talking about. Oh,
I
okay,
like to think
God.
we're engaging in pal, necromancy.
Maybe. I don't know.
Oops, Daisy, get back in the ball. There we go. Why must they fight?
It is in their nature to fight. I really like Relaxosaurus. I wish its watering level was higher.
Isn't it 3?
No, it's 2.
Oh,
Should have been 3.
I
They
guess you
changed
do. I guess you do kind of see him early on.
I get it, but it's just like they're so big though, and they're the mascot. They're the pocket pair mascot.
Yeah,
And level 3 watering really isn't that useful early game.
they do eat a lot though.
And maybe about as much as a level 3 waterer should. Then again, for what it's worth, Relaxosaurus is also one of those pals that, like, despite the fact that you get it really early on, you don't even get its partner equipment until level 44.
Isn't that the rocket launchers?
Yes, the missile launchers.
Right.
And I gotta say, even when they're not doing much damage, the Relaxosaurus missile launchers feel really good. Dit Dragon also has missile launchers. Ugh. Ugh. I don't really know what I'm gonna call it. I probably should consider packing up pretty soon now.
It has been 4 hours.
Oh, Demi, welcome to Driven! No, frick. Ah!
What happened? You die?
No, I'm trying to avoid dying, but it's at my pals, they're really aggressive. And everything in here doesn't really like when you're really aggressive. And that'd be too much effort, and I don't have any 3D models for that. If that's what you're asking about, because at least
What
something
were
that's
they
recent enough, and like, you know, huh?
What were they asking?
Oh, have I tried modding in my VTuber? Look, if I did do something like that, I'd make it public, obviously.
Oopsie daisy. I killed some guy by accident who I didn't know was not a bad
Honestly,
guy.
Even if I did, you know, have a 3D model made, I probably would make it a public thing.
Oh no.
Well, like, I wouldn't, like, outright post files, but, like, I wouldn't be all, like, worried, like, oh, man, I don't want anybody getting access to this and, like, never go on it, like, VR chat with it or something. I wouldn't be
Yeah,
one of
you
those
have to.
people. I'd be, like, I just kind of be one of those people who just accepts, leaks happen. I'm the type of person to take the compliment. And I know that's such an inconceivable idea these days, Some people just can't take the compliment.
So I'm wanted for murder now.
There is 0 feedback, by the way, when you destroy these.
Destroy what?
The
Take a look.
freaking anti-air towers.
No?
Yeah, no
It
feedback
just falls apart?
whatsoever.
There's no
It's just gone. It's there.
Oh, nice. The metal merchant is fighting the soldiers. Oh no, wait, he's running away. Never mind. I thought he was gonna fight for me. I was gonna use him as a shield.
Pretty sure those guys will pull out miniguns.
I thought he'd do something if I use him as a human shield, but he just ran away.
Unreal Engine 5 is easy to mod compared to other engines thankfully. Oh, okay. I mean, my main issue is more of a... I'm not that much of a game dev. Okay? So it's like the process of modding is something that I just don't know for sure if I'd be down to figure that out, and it's just... even for small things, it's just like... I know. I'm terrible.
Jeez, they keep intercepting me. I'll let them kill me and I'll just come back. I just gotta get to that spawn point. Okay. They're going through the water. Well, that's interesting.
What's that quality? All good. All good. I made it. Always remember these trends too late for comms. That's fair. Is that a trend? I've never seen that trend, honestly. Then again, I'm not really too familiar with a lot of the stuff that goes on during Golden Week. All I know is a lot of sales happen, and they're a very good time to get freebies and gacha games. It's like Japanese Black Friday, right? Or... okay. Might explain why I've never heard of it. Yay, welcome, how's it even? It's like I stress when it comes to the usual art stuff. Anything goes. A dangerous mentality, I know. But the
I love it.
I really don't care.
I'm just standing here. They can't shoot me straight. Just kill me already. Come on. Don't walk away. Shoot me. There we go. Finally. It took them like a whole 2 minutes.
Have you ever had any times where, like, you're like you jump off a cliff in a game, like your stomach drops?
What do you mean, like my like I feel a churning in my stomach, or like my game character, like his mesh rips apart?
No, like you physically.
Uh,
I always had that
I
happen,
guess
like vertigo.
I
I
guess it
guess. I don't know.
depends. I guess it depends on the moment, like what's at stake when I
I don't
jump.
know. I've just kind of noticed some games are better at doing it than others. Like Power World, you just don't really feel it as much. I feel like. One game that I always thought about was in that I always think about with that one was The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess.
I didn't play that one for very long. I'm not sure
Yeah, there was just one. There was just one part of the game where like you have to jump off a waterfall,
Okay.
and it's really it's really like, kind of a thing there. It's a very tall waterfall, and I guess the game just kind of had the effects kind of well put together, so that you really felt it while you were falling. You know.
That's good. You know, hats off to the game development team.
I think it takes a good combination of being able to like really give that feeling of momentum.
Something Nintendo's known for is like having really good games that have good feel to them. We got a huge dragon egg.
Where'd you find it?
I found it out when I was exploring.
Do you remember where it was specifically, or?
Let me see. Um, I'd say maybe around like negative 258, negative 190.
I mean, like the general area. Like, don't tell me the specific location.
Yeah, that's I mean that's just a general area. Like around there,
Like,
wherever
what kind
that
of
is.
biome was it? I guess.
It was
Did you find the volcano, or?
no. Like I said, like if you open the map and you just like, it's around like yeah, like negative 250, negative 200, around there, like that island.
Oh,
Something
Sakurajima?
maybe- I guess that was it.
Was it the one where everything's really high level, or?
It's west. It's no, sorry, it's east from the volcano, right where the Quiverin is, like around there, and the Jorman Tide.
No clue what on earth that could be then.
I just found the egg on a cliffside, picked it up.
Because boss pals don't have babies, because it's just not in their religion. But
I like how that's put. It's not a religion.
the only thing that is in their religion is strength. So typically that results in any partners being killed long before anything can happen. So it doesn't really go well. Headcanon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me go back to the farm and take a look at what they're doing over there.
Yeah! That was so close to being cool. Oh no. Oh no. I can't. Jump! Thankfully, we can
Unless you.
still web despite the fact that we're out of stamina. Stamina.
There we go. Perfect. It's too far. Okay.
Oof. Jeez. I fell. I fell. That was a long drop too. Oh no. I gotta go back up. I'm just trying to climb. This is why Terrantris is actually really good though for early game.
Well, she looks good. Like I saw you grappling.
Come on. Oh, okay. But yeah, especially like if you have like a maxed out Terrantris, you can just grapple infinitely.
Yeah.
Costs
I watched
no
you
stamina.
hopping around.
Also, I did a bad job of finding these AA towers. Like the funny part is I know vaguely where some of them are. I'm just not good at finding them. I wonder if the AA towers can hit you if you're in a cave. There's the real question.
This guy getting in the way. Get out of here. There we go. How are you holding up?
Holding up okay. Like I said, I probably should call it soon.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out where a good spot to call it is. Okay, wait. I need to test something. Like, I really want to try something. I want to see if the AA guns work in caves. Because you'd think, right? You'd think they wouldn't work in caves. But I know how Power World is. Power World's a funny game like that, you know? In some areas, they think too hard. In others, however, They don't think hard enough. Also, and Bird, you got the line wrong. The phrase is, peace is a lie. There is only passion. Now you're just butchering it, N-Bird. Yeah. You think Master Uthar would be pleased with what you just said? You've dishonored the teachings of the great Sith. Ajuntapal weeps, but not because of what you did, but because of his eternal torment that he lives through.
I deserved it. Okay. Oh. They've been busy. Breaking rock.
Yeah, that's how you know your society functions. Is there somebody who breaks the rocks? Wait, they have no coverage over here? That's strange. That's strange.
Maybe this is too big for them to go and... Yeah. Maybe it's too big. Just
I like how
bit.
every update with Power it's just that they mention how they've changed the they've updated the pals pathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Yep.
every update they mention how they've made the pals pathing better.
That's good because, like, when you have things getting stuck, it's not pleasant.
I just think it's funny because like it's just this constant thing always going through. Would I believe you if you told me that you suck even more at the Jedi Code? No, because I think the Jedi Code is harder to memorize than the Sith Code. Wait, hold on. Let's see. There is no passion. There is serenity. Yeah, I can't really remember much up to that one. Nah, fuck. Fuck, come on, get to it! I only do 25 damage with the musket! Oh right, I forgot, I have to command him to attack aggressively. See, that's what I was looking for! Somewhat butchered Wendir, but not wrong. favorite parts about Pal World is how I'm pretty sure there are also no pals that are that only have one gender. So even the most female-coded pals in the game can be male.
Mm-hmm.
It's just God of War syndrome all over. There's no way the Pal World devs don't, like, think about the furry audience.
I mean, isn't that why they have that game coming out?
Maybe, but I think half of it also is just, you know, the meme.
Dead by Daylight had a game like that, and they did pretty well. I think there's been some other ones too that have had like romancing games, dating games.
Yeah, it's
so.
like, I think they just look at it like, you know, people don't make dating sims much. That'll help stand out. It's a good marketing pull. Even if the game doesn't sell that well, at least we'll have had some laughs along the way, you know?
I think it's also very popular in Japan, so
That is
probably
true.
going to be, yeah.
But I don't think it's quite in its heyday right now. I'm pretty sure the dating sim market's been pretty, like, you know, dead for a while. Lembird, we were going by Old Republic stuff, so, like, you know, it doesn't exactly... You know, Vader didn't exactly apply there, but... The only forgiveness that Vader will give you is a quick death.
I was thinking that, yeah.
Vader really had a problem with killing his own soldiers. Which tends to result in morale issues, and it's just not very good to go for. Like, it may feel good in the moment, but just because something feels good in the moment doesn't mean that it's good for you. Alright? A lot of people aren't going to heaven because they did things that felt good in the moment. A giant Spider-Man everywhere!
Spider-Man's a 4-letter word to me.
What? Why?
Rivals.
Uh,
He's so fucking overpowered in that game. He just pops in and kills you and walks off. It's like, no. Why are my panels not doing anything?
I think I never played Marvel Rivals.
It is a lot of fun.
Oh my god! That's a lot of anti-air zones! Okay, Okay, for what it's worth then, Bird, again, Fortnite Star Wars season has been announced. Okay, so now I need to see, will all of these set off in the cave? I guess not. You gotta appreciate, though, how they're using anti-air zones here. Well, I guess that was the main thing I was hoping to get. Splatter Arena's pretty cool, pal. That's the serial killer, pal.
Splatterine?
Yeah. Very yandere, very kawaii for it.
Let me take a look at that.
Peak level men will look at this and say, God, I wish that were me.
Oh, I see. She has like a little saw there
Yeah.
as a weapon. That's a pretty cool pal, though, design-wise.
You know what's a word I never see anymore? Moe. Moe is a great word. Moe describes everything very well. Or are you talking about the name Mo? In which case, you know what? Yeah, I don't see that name often enough anymore.
You mentioned the yandere. There we go. I found that image.
Yeah, I figured you meant the lead one. I mean, if you're talking to me, you know, it's kind of a given it's probably the lead one. Alright, now where's... But yes, I think that moe should always be a good descriptor of a lot of things. But like I said, you know, you look up moe, and just the first thing you get is just, you know, mo. I like when games give you a grapple. That's something I'd like to see Fortnite bring back at some point, the grapple glove. Because that was just Spider-Man's web slingers, but like, you know, in a generic form that could be used at any time. It was wonderful. One of the more, I hate to say, balanced movement systems that the game has had. And Fortnite's kind of well known for doing a lot of weird stuff with its movement. Honestly, stuff like that's kind of why I like Fortnite. But I kind of feel like the game's been on a bit of a downturn lately. I don't know.
Do you think maybe after years of the game being out, it's just running out of ideas, or?
Maybe. I mean, every freaking, like every single, chapter, we at least get one season that's just heist themed, which, don't get me wrong, those are some fun seasons typically. But I will admit it is a little bit predictable. I did have a lot of fun the last season, though. I guess so far I haven't had many issues this chapter. They did a Japanese season to start it off. And that was cool. My only problem is I don't like Japan getting too high profile among the unanointed.
Were there? The unanointed.
Non-weebs, of course.
Oh.
Those who have not read the sacred texts. Those who do not speak the language of the gods. Those who have the audacity to call themselves fans. Elijah! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Agnes Sally, thank you for the follow. And yes, Windier, I agree. The greatest sin in localization should always be regarded as localizing it so that you read the comic, you read the manga from left to right. That should be like on a list of like things you should never do as a localizer. Some do. Some do. Some do it so bad, they even flip the original anime panels when they finally get to localizing that too. Because they're so obsessed with their left-to-rightedness. Miyazaki will give them nothing in the heavens. Oh, but... Oh. For what it's worth, though, stuff like that probably hasn't existed. Probably hasn't been a thing for like a really long time, you know? Because you gotta remember, localizers are really weird. Like, the stuff that localizers do is always gonna end up being weird, arbitrary things that don't make sense. Potato, welcome, how's it even? I'm doing okay. Hanging in there. No! Frick! See, some people don't understand some of the tech that goes on with the grappling system in this game. Like, did you know that you maintain your momentum if you cancel it?
It seems to be something that's common in other games, yeah.
died, I just turned something that was supposed to take only a couple of... Honestly, we would have been shot down anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. You feel manifestly sour. I'm sorry to hear that. I certainly hope that things get better. At least that your day's doing okay. Didn't an anime recently get localized where they changed the phrase feminine perspective to feminist perspective?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, they would do that, wouldn't they? Well, you gotta remember the sorts of people that tend to work in localization. They're not the average fan. To the contrary, they actually greatly resent the product that they're working on. But bills gotta be paid. You know how the world works.
Yeah, but they kill the IP. And they kill their career that way.
Ah, the IP doesn't matter. After all, with their incredible localization jobs, they could work in any industry. I got best cloud.
But if these guys can carry, can gather, that's interesting.
I got the brat cloud.
Oh, the Dizzy? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the dark type version. At last, I have them all. I wonder if there's gonna be a pal like that. I wonder if they're gonna add another chill it variant. That'd be funny if they did. Like, a lot of people working on Ultimate these days wish they could tell original stories and resent the fact they're forced to iterate on other people's creations. I don't think that's how it is in localization. I think in localization it's more about subversion and destroying something they don't like than it is about the actual act of creation. You know what? That could work. That could work. You know how many adorable creatures I've had to take a butcher knife to so far? I mean, come on, come on, Grace. If you don't think that I have not hardened my heart to be able to handle that, you're woefully mistaken. They're gonna add baby variants to some of the pals. That's what you get when the eggs hatch, and you gotta wait for them to grow up. This is where I train the baby pals to keep their meat soft and tender. Alright. I think I should call it.
Yeah.
It is
Probably will too.
10:11 p.m. I have work at 11 tomorrow. And I'd like to get a bit of time to be able to, hopefully get everything sorted beforehand. Also, I got a even higher level pal sphere now. I'm using ultimate spheres now.
Oh,
Haven't
cool.
crafted a single pal sphere this entire game. I'd say no,
I guess
what I'm doing.
this is a good place to call it. I think I achieved what I wanted, which is I got a few levels, and
I broke into Fey breaks. That's good.
we got the farm going. We just have to go collect seeds next time, and so we have more variety of food.
I even got to sabotage their infrastructure a little bit.
I'll have to take a look at it. Because I haven't been to that
No more
part of the game yet.
high-speed rail for them.
Look at the map. See where you are. Oh, you're at the base. Okay.
Yeah, Faybreak is to the south of Mount Obsidian.
Okay.
Kind of hard to see due to the fog. And if you want to go over there on a flying pal, they will shoot you down pretty quickly if you're not careful.
Well, that makes it fun.
I already made that joke in Stanley Hostel. And like I said, that is very off-color. Unless South Park does it, then it's funny, I guess. Remember, kids, it's not offensive. It's just the modern entertainment industry.
Yes, Chris, I'm going to fly into the danger zone. I don't fear it. Like I said
right.
earlier.
Is Umbra about to do a flip? Oh, wait, never mind. I already destroyed the AA tower on the beach. You'll be fine.
Yeah. What a shame. Did they respawn or?
No.
They don't? Oh. Well,
Yeah,
I better
we're
go
not
over there.
hard way on the server. I kind of don't know why they do make it so they do respawn after like maybe like an in-game, like maybe an in-game week or two. Like,
Better go there at some point so I can actually see them.
I think there should
What
be at least
experience.
one left.
See
Maybe.
you yawning.
What? I'm tired. I'm tired.
Yeah. All right. Well, I want to hear. So,
Yeah. Like
thank
I
everyone
said,
for watching.
Take a look at our raid options. Is Razor still streaming?
Take a look. See. I don't see him in the listing.
I guess not.
I'm gonna go raid Ginny. So
Yeah.
thank you everyone for showing up. Hopefully we'll do this again maybe next week. If not, we'll do it sometime.
I guess I'll give it 2.
We'll see how
I
your
don't know if
schedule
the last
goes.
rated Jam is. She's playing Repo right now. Oh. Actually, wait. Yeah, no, yeah, let's give it to Ginny. Yeah, we're gonna do a double raid.
Okay. Let's get it initiated. I'm gonna share my list.
Alright.
Oh, she's not there. That's interesting. Oh, there she is. Okay. Oh,
No
thank you
more
everyone
streams
again.
till Monday. I'll be showing up on Razor's stream tomorrow, though. After
Hope
work.
you all enjoy. Hope you all enjoy your weekend. You get
I'll
the rest
try
well.
to. I'll try to. I need to get
Okay.
around to updating the Minecraft server, preferably before stream. At any rate, I guess it's all.
Yep. All right.
Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. So good night.